And pairings are up for the first round of today's Scrabble Dozen tournament. And I've got the first move here, so we're going to get into introductory remarks maybe after I make an initial play. Kind of thinking we'll just dump some of this right away. I don't know about keeping GRS here, but let's go with that. Woo. And we get into consonant trouble pretty much immediately. Let me make sure I've got my grid on here. There we go. And yeah, we don't have too much to play through at the moment unless we have something perhaps with the S through here, or just through the E, perhaps, if we can just think about whether we want to, I don't know, I might just exchange out of this instead of making a little play like that. I think it makes more sense to maybe keep RST. Let's keep RST. That's a little bit better. I think as we see our opponent get a bingo down immediately, I am sure I have something at least through the E. Let me think about this for a moment. We'll bring up a notepad. I think there's definitely something in here. I'm just thinking about whether there is something here without the S and whether we can pluralize it. That's assuming that we want to do it through the E. We don't want to spend too much time on this. Let's think about this. Insulters. No. Yeah. Is that the best we can do? I feel like we could probably have something else through here. And of course, having the Y dangling in that position is maybe not the best place to be in. I think we better take the points. I feel like that's suboptimal and that we missed something that's a lot better, but we'll just have to deal with it. So, Descriptivist, welcome to the stream. To answer your question, this group is hosted by a player that is based in Sri Lanka. I'm actually playing against the tournament organizer at the moment in this round. And many of the players are based around India, but they do have a global time posted, so occasionally they get people that are mostly east of the dateline, perhaps. Not a dateline, east of GMT, I guess. Europe to India, and somewhere in that span, sometimes in Australia. But today's group is mostly from India and Sri Lanka, I'm pretty sure. These are people I haven't played against personally over the board because I haven't really traveled to play in that part of the world. But so I'm playing in the International Dictionary, which I'm much less familiar with than a lot of the regulars here. So this is definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge. Now, I'm burning way too much time already. I think we just need to try to dump out some of what I'm seeing here. 14 points, I really don't like that. If we have something else that can go through here, that'll be much better. I don't really block myself off like that. I feel like we're definitely missing something like, like an ION ending. But we're burning too much time. Let's just take this and try to do this. So now we have reinfuse and infuser. So we can get that right away. And then That kind of evens me up a little bit. I'm glad I spotted that instantly because timing-wise, we're not in the best position. I mean, I think Infuser is almost certainly good, and it would fit somewhere else. I don't actually know if View takes an S. I don't think it does. A lot of the interjections don't. But again, this is not a dictionary that I'm as familiar with in tournament play. Certainly not against players of this caliber. I'm trying to train myself up in this one, which is why we're getting into the games here in something that is definitely sort of off my usual time zone. I don't really like the G's over here. Yeah, obviously, if you eventually have something that would go here, I'm just thinking about what would go between the I and T that would actually fit. Yeah, there actually aren't that many plays that would fit here neatly. Because basically the only two-letter word that would go after R would be RE, and then you have something JER. And there aren't that many options for that. Alternatively, you can have something like jar, but then you would need to have something that goes RA something. It would not go up here because there aren't any two-letter words that end with the V. So it would be, RA. What even goes there? Not much. Also, yeah, it's on my time right now. I just noticed that it's actually my move. Let's see here. I would like to maybe just manage my rack a little bit, even with something like Gab, just to block things up a little bit. I don't think I have anything I can do with this rack that is a big play. But this gets you into something a little more playable. Here you have furs, if that's available to me. We will almost certainly take that spot with a Z, even though it does use all my vowels. Because that's 50-something points. It's far too much to pass up. So yeah, like I said, this is the tournament organizer. I played with him the last time he ran this 12-round overnight event, overnight for me anyway, a couple of months ago, and I thought I had him, and then he used his last turn to play Napood, Napooed, which I didn't know, and kind of took a bit of a surprise win that I wasn't expecting. I mean, I was maybe too confident that it wouldn't happen. Now, the other thing, too, is that the Z would go here with Zag if you have something that perhaps doesn't burn vowels quite so badly, but I think we just have to take it. Currently, this board is still kind of volatile with about half the bag remaining because we have both blanks available. We only really have the one big lane here. Obviously, there's plays that kind of go through, whoops, not here, through the R, through the E, going this way. Reinfuse would take a D or an S at the end, and that has a lot of possibilities. A lot of possibilities just going down to the E as well. Those would be the major hotspots where, yeah, as you can see, a big play is going to go down there. It looks like he's just kind of managing his rack. Notice that all 4 U's have already been spent, with the Q's still unseen. So that's something that could become notable later on. We can just take the points off the S here. I don't quite like that, though. I think Pico's definitely got to be good, right? Like maybe I can... But I don't like putting a vowel next to this spot either because that has massive counterplay. So I don't know about that. Let's see. We can go pig or pick. I think we go pig. That's a little better. Yeah, because PIC would actually take a whole bunch of stuff at the end. So I think we just do that. I don't like keeping the double O, but 34 points. I think we want to keep the lead. I am a few minutes down on time. Yeah, because if pig is there, then it only takes S in the last position. So it's S in second position here, where I've drawn the rectangles. That means there's much less likely to be a huge play in that spot. It also, as you can see, the possibilities here have pretty much been exhausted. However, you still have this lane down here. And so if somebody is picking up the blanks, they'd be looking at this spot. Or from the L. It is possible to have something down this lane as well. It's a bit of a tighter fit unless you really know exactly what you're going for. Obviously, in front of the H, that takes a few tiles, and then there are a few tiles that'll go in front as well. A bit of a long shot to get down to the A, but if you know as many words as the players in this group do, they could find something. But essentially, you've got two blanks that are unseen with 28 in the bag. It is very much anyone's game with that kind of situation, especially with the Q in play, lots of E's in play. And isomers. I feel like that's got to be good. Isomers. It's, yeah, I don't think that's in the North American book, but I think I've seen it. Now that does put me behind by quite a bit. I don't know if I have something good here. We have to do something with these O's. We might even just go, I don't know, U or something here. With one blank remaining, we want to make sure that spots remain to do something with it. I'm trying to see if I have something that would burn even more vowels in that. I'm trying to remember. It's Moai, but it's Buai. B-O-O-A-I. Yeah, so I don't think I have something in there. Okay, this is elation and toenail. And so I don't think that actually fits anywhere, though, this thing. But do I have something that would go here? I don't think I do. However, let me think about this because, so yeah, in terms of sevens, we have elation and toenail, but I don't think that fits anywhere. Let me think about whether we have anything perhaps through the A or through the N. Like it's close to something like non-elite. I don't think anything goes here. Yeah, so not many possibilities here. That's the thing, is that we're so close to some kind of comeback play, but we don't have a spot for it, and so. And the C actually did block things off a little bit excessively. So I'm thinking, maybe there's something from the N. But I don't see it. I could be missing something. Let me think about this. I don't think there's anything through the A. I feel like I would have seen it. Also got 6 minutes. We're going to be down a little bit. We could maybe burn some of the vowels here since I'm slightly heavy on it. That's 14 points. It's terrible. We want to make some kind of opening, essentially. This is kind of semi-open, but not really. This here might be interesting if we kind of go like, I don't want to burn the E. There are lots of E's remaining though, so maybe we can. Because then if I go here, then I actually open up something on top for lone or tone. You know what? Let's do that. Or cone. This has got to be something. This has got to be something. I mean, at the very least, I see locating over here. I'm trying to see something up top. I have something. There's voltaic, but that doesn't fit anywhere because the V. Oh, he's just going to take it. Okay, so we don't even get what I'm looking for. Let me see if I have something here. I see tailcoat, but tailcoat dangles the S spot at the very end. For coat tail. So we have coat tail, tailcoat. Yeah, I feel like it's not a bad play to open there because, I needed to do it somehow. I'm trying to see if maybe we can do something over here as well. Also 4 in the bag, also Q in the bag. So, if you have QI, you get out of trouble. But if I draw a Q and no I on the last turn, then I'm really shot. We're going to lose this game anyway, given the current margin, but I want to maybe... Aloetic, A-L-O-E-T-I-C. I'm trying to see if that fits anywhere here. I don't think it does. So I probably kill to a coat tail. I want to see if maybe we have something that will go over here. I don't really see it. You can do stuff like anti-lock for an N or a K. No. I think we'll probably just go. Yeah, he's got very likely an S, so we don't want to dangle tailcoat through to an S like this. But maybe a coat tail. Did that fit? Coat. Whoops. Tail. Like that. EIIT. Now that's interesting because now my opponent is in a spot where he's got a Q, but a Q will have an exit strategy over here. He can just do QI in that spot. And then I'm too heavy on vowels, so it'll take me 2 moves to go out, I think. So yeah, we're going to lose the first round. Yeah, he's going to go QI. That's his only move. And let's see if I have something interesting that I can do with EIIT. I feel like I definitely missed something that was a big play when I did coat tail. I mean, the losing turn rather for me when it was suddenly got denoted, I feel like I was in contention until then because we did open up a spot for myself. Even though I don't think I actually found something to go there, but we'll analyze this afterwards. Let's we'll probably just go with something like Zitty over here for 15. I really don't think that we have something that will spend all 4 tiles, which is what I would like to do. So I'm looking though, because it doesn't hurt to actually scan around for this. I think we just have to go Zitty. It might not be optimal, but I'm just trying to search. But like I said, this is a lost game anyway. But the respectable one, I feel like I definitely missed some things. And oh yeah, we didn't even see the out for that. I don't really think I had a good way to go there. So yeah, that's the end of this round. No invalid words on the board, incidentally. And we're actually going to go straight into round 2. So let's get in. Yeah, they run this quickly. So I actually should get my record up at some point. Also, I should get my proper display up at one point. And my opponent is going to exchange 4 on the first turn. And I'm going to think about this while we actually update the record. Usually when you see your opponent exchange, the optimal play is actually to exchange yourself. If I did so, we would probably just catch something, we'll probably exchange down to something like AN. Unless I really have something good to do here, we're going to exchange down to AN. Unless, no, we can just do Unify. Actually, no, I'd rather just do Unify. The problem with Unify like this is that you can dampen ING and EN. Yeah, let's just take the points, though. So the risk here right now, if I can get my grid up, is that this naturally invites ing. Given that my opponent just exchanged 4, he wouldn't necessarily have kept something like that, though. Well, yeah, so he doesn't really have anything close to that. But that's definitely something that is still a risk that is currently sitting on the board until something has obstructed it. So we are really heavy on vowels. We can do something like topoi. I would like to maybe. Oh, it's too bad or just a top or something for 20 topoi. Yeah, it still has the duplicate AA, so I'm just trying to mentally think about, like, do I keep AIO or do I keep AA? Like this. I think I keep AIO. Then there's probably something better here. But let's go with it. Notice that oh no, we don't have macaroni or macaroon or anything like that. Yeah, I'm still a bit vowel heavy, as we expected, because we drew into 3 vowels here. But Beanier, it's not good in the. I'm going to challenge it. It's 5-point challenge. Okay, it's good. I wasn't sure about this dictionary because Beanier is not good in the North American dictionary. I know because it's a famous phony, like Beanius is actually Betanes. Like Betanes. I know because I've been caught on it before, but I actually never looked at whether it's good in this book. So it's going to hand 5 points to my opponent, but it was worth checking. These players are too good to be pulling too much stuff on me, though. Let's see. I am just trying to see if I have something that, would have an MIC ending or something. We're so close to something like, I don't know. Or something through here, maybe? No. Yeah, I don't know because the C might be a bit of a burden right now. Well, you can go moo like that. The OI doesn't really give me much to play on top, though. That's one of the issues with that. I think we have to take it, though. I'm, again, really quite down on time. So let's just continue to take a look here and see what we can do. Interesting. Playing off tiles like that must be vowel heavy. In terms of what I have, whoops. Let's see here. Yeah, I would like to maybe reduce some of. I'd be very tempted to do something like cub here. It does leave me way too many vowels, though, that's the thing. Currently, though, if you look at a vowel consonant balance in a bag, it's getting a bit consonant heavy, so maybe this isn't absolutely ridiculous, but I have to consider here. I think this spot might take the C, but then we'd probably still be something like Cube here, 23. Yeah, this still like really blocks off the board. This leaves way too much nonsense in my rack. Let's do it. That could have gone a lot worse. We're probably missing something here too. Okay, that hit pretty hard, but that'll happen. We would want to unduplicate the E at the very least and try to deal with the W. Yeah, I'm not 100% on this taking the C here. I think it does. And of course, it would go like G and T in that spot as well. Maybe we should have kept the C for something there, but I was just trying to unburden ourselves a little bit. Sometimes the WARE ending has something as well. But I don't see anything that would really go with this. I mean, we can still try to build down like this. That's so weak. Try to here. This would set up something big here, though. And we're still a little bit value heavy. And actually, it sets up something like way too big here. That just gives away too much. I'm burning too much time. Let's think about this. Yeah, I don't really like our choices here at all. Like, we go, just try to block off a little bit here. No, that's still not great. I guess we should just rebalance a little bit like this. This really opens up so much here, though. It's really not great at all. Do we have something maybe with the... Yeah. Everything opens up really bad spots, actually. I don't like that, but I really did not know what to do that turn. Yeah, because he can just parallel here and do quite well. AE luckily doesn't take too much back. Vine here, it would take the O in front, but we don't have that. We might just turn over a lot of tiles here with like griped or gripe or griped. Oh, you know what? We should keep the IN. Well, I know. You know what? Just keep sort of IG to try to draw into one of the three remaining ends. But, you know, it would be nice, but you don't deliberately keep IG to do that. It's just too much of a burden. Two blanks in the bag. A lot of good stuff still in the bag. I say we either go gripe or griped. Let's just stretch out a little bit. Okay, that actually turned out pretty well. Good draw over here, assuming that we can actually find something. Leches, I think the spelling is good. I'm trying to remember whether we can do something there. Let's see. I think it's good. Like it's the same as LECH, like lech. Like if you're, it doesn't quite stretch where I want though. That's a problem. But it scores. If we can, oh, we have satchel. Satchel might hit something a little bit better. S here, no, that doesn't work. Satchel. We are too consonant heavy to have something realistic here, I think. Satchel, leches. I'm just looking at this too. Oh, we're just so far down in time. We really need to get going. Satchel, unfortunately, has the S at the end. That's potentially a problem. Let's just go with that. I'm like 8 minutes down. I have to play faster. Because this is becoming a problem. Probably something like wary or wavy. Wavy is way better. Even though, I mean, on one hand, you don't want a double R. On the other hand, that V is such a problem that it's better to score with it. We'll see. It's probably too weak a spot here to be something that my opponent's going to take. Also notice this is not the best spot. I guess if you have S here and then, we wouldn't have taken it. But like if you could fit, I think, Satchel over here, you could have done it, but I wouldn't have wanted to dangle the L in this spot. That's a pretty weak play. That probably means he's getting ready for a massive bingo, which with a blank remaining is a risk, but hopefully the Y in that position is not too bad. Okay, so I love how the ing has remained available all this time. It's probably going to swing the game at this point. I think I have something here. But yeah, I don't see what it is. The Nidgeted. I know Nidgeted. I don't know, this could swing the game. Like I know Nidgets is good, I just can't remember if it's a verb. Yeah, we don't do anything with it. Yeah, again, this is too high probability for this player not to know it. We shouldn't be making so many decisions based on considerations like that. But I'm going to go here because it does unfortunately close out his spot. But so it opens this. It's a fairly obvious thing to block, but keeping EIRS still gives us some possibilities. I would have liked to maybe stretch down here to give ourselves more room, but I just don't see it happening. Unfortunately, the C here really blocks any possibilities along this side. But this here down to the end is potentially still open. So I'd rather do this and then threaten an ED ending. I don't think this is going to go down anywhere, though. Oh, that hits hard. 11 in the bag, Q unseen. I've rebalanced a little bit. We probably don't want to block off my own lane with this. We want to create some kind of threat. Maybe like this, except I don't like to double. Well, that doesn't actually leave you a lane at all. That with the I, that threatens an S lane over there. None of these possibilities are very good. I've got 3 minutes. I would like to play off ARK if I can, but I don't really have a good place for it. And yeah, I gotta watch the clock. I mean, we can really stretch out like this and, threaten that lane for what it's worth. But then you would be suggesting that you're going to play off the K. Let's do it. Let's risk it. Surely I have something here. I'm a little... Oh, you know what? I have thinkers. Through here, but he'll probably take it. Like I don't think he'll leave that open. But yeah, he doesn't know which lane I was taking, so he unfortunately blocks thinkers. Oh, that was so promising too. However, do we have something through here? Hang on, hinters. There's something. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there. There's got to be something else. Hinters. Yeah, I'm just thinking. Is there anything to D? Is there anything to the N? We have a minute left. We have 4 in the bag. If I can think about like maybe one spot that I can play off. I might even just play off the H by itself, but then it doesn't really give me any kind of spot in this thing. But we have to deal with this really quickly. I want to basically remain a threat here. It's very easy for him to kind of block things off, though. But I want to create a second threat somewhere. And I don't know where. We don't want to play off the E because it's the last E. This makes it extremely obvious what I'm going for. We need to decide now. Let's do it. We're going to lose because of this kind of thing. Yeah, Minster. Minster actually fits. QI over there. Yeah, that's going to hit hard. We'll just go Minster. And that will not catch up, though, at this point. We're too far behind, once again. And we have N in the bag that we picked up. I feel like we have missed something with the H turn, but we won't know. So dangling decay there actually was not a bad idea. We did threaten thinkers through there. He did see it. He did correctly spot that that was a bigger risk than taking one of the other available lanes. Also, that's partly informed by scoring pretty decently by playing through my K. But I feel like maybe ARK there was defensible. It gave us bingo draws. And okay, we've got 30 seconds. Let's not talk too much here. I see 4 over here. Or 8 rather. I don't know if we can do better than that. There probably is a better spot that I don't have time to see. We'd better just take it. Before we completely run down on the clock, we'll just take it. 12 seconds remain. My opponent's got 10 minutes. He's got so much on me here. And okay, so yeah, we'll be pretty much tagging ourselves as ready for round 3. And round 3 is just going to get going right away. So let me just update my record here and we'll just get straight into the game. So we've been putting up a fight so far, but putting up a fight isn't quite enough. It's not quite the same as winning. And I've definitely had time trouble so far. Okay, we'll be first here. The Q is going to be a burden right off the bat. We can exchange 3 down to OPED. We can exchange 4 down to PED. I don't know my leave values well enough to really make a good decision about that, but I think we definitely exchange. Otherwise, the Q is just going to be a drag on us for the first few turns. I'm going to go QOOY. Maybe we should have kept the O, but that's okay. We'll get rid of that. Effect, yeah, with the F on the double, so that's going to be a pretty big start. I'm trying to see if there's, something that will go through here, like with an FLED ending or anything like that. But we have some other possibilities as well. I think, whoops, not Keef is good. We don't want to blow that many vowels though. Let's see here. Kelp. Just to dump some of that stuff. Let's just do that. We probably could have done something that scores better, but I was pretty clearly in some consonant trouble, so we might as well build out a little bit. Foodie. We'll try to use some of this stuff. Do I want to just dangle this spot down here and threaten something with the S? The S will be the only thing that goes there. We have some other S spots on the board already, of course. It makes it also extremely obvious that I'm holding that S. Let's go with that. Dissuade if it's through a D. So dissuade, but we don't have a second D right now, so we'll kind of look for that. All the while, we're looking at some things through the T as well. You know what? We'll actually get dissuade. Unteamed. Like if you're not on a team. Do we want to check it? We'll check it, or I can just go dissuade and just take it. It's a 5-point difference. I don't quite have the whole 5-point challenge psychology down as the everything. That's the thing. Also, we don't know if maybe there's something that I don't know that would also just start and end within S or unteamed. Let's just go with it. And there's the Q coming back. We'll take the spot with a V if we can. Actually, well, we don't have a second vowel with the Q, so we can't even do anything there. We do have the Q spot here, potentially, if it stays open. So we should actually go something like vent down here and see if we can draw into an I before it is taken. It probably will be taken, but we don't have a better option unless we just play off the Q, which still sticks me with tons of vowels. So let's just do this. We're not using the blank on that kind of thing, though. Well, it's 60-ish points. Like, it's not totally indefensible to go like QIN for 60. We might want to do it just to take the lead, because otherwise that's still a massive spot for something like an X to go down first. I don't like using the blank like that. That's the thing. But it is 60-something points. It's bingo equivalent. The other thing we could do is we could just dump Q by itself there. That's about a 30-something point sacrifice to keep the blank. I don't know if that's really... we'd better just take it. Yeah, the alternative was to play off the Q there by itself and then keep the blank and then keep actually not the worst kind of rack. It's a little bit unsynergistic. How did I... Oh, I forgot. And yeah, that was a mistake. I didn't even look at the 2 there. No, NI is not a word unless you're in Monty Python. I didn't even look at it. And now I've shown that I have the Q and the blank, which is, embarrassing. But, whoops. That was a massive blunder. Yeah, we should have just put the Q down there. Yikes, what a massive mistake. Yeah, I just didn't even look at that. Okay. This is sort of this problem with playing online, too, is that online I find that I don't even properly look at 2-letter words, so whether it's me playing or my opponent playing it, and so we get into all kinds of messes. I don't know if we have a good place. Yeah, we're just in such a spot now with a Q. We had better... I'm so tempted to just change it off at this point, too, but... We still have a potential Q place for the U. I bet, yeah, my opponent just probably can't believe his luck here, catching me on a huge mistake like that. I don't have anything that'll go. That's the thing. I'm admittedly a little bit tilted from that mistake. So, yeah, eventually with an E here, you could do something. I feel like we might even just want to exchange it. Exchange like QLH maybe, just to shed some constants. Let's just do it. We need to move on from that mistake. That was yikes. Can't believe I did that. Was it intorns or introns? I think it's intorns. I can never remember some of this stuff. Or is it no, I'm thinking of something else. Just like intron, but then there's something that's like something torn. But it doesn't fit here anyway. So we except unless it goes through minies, we should also look at this spot here. We should also look at whether, yeah, this S spot is still dangling on beg. And yeah, we don't have anything like a spot for nitrogen. Intranet, not really. Let's go introns. It's a bit of a rough position. I'm taking a bit of a guess on minies as well. We might have something through to A, actually. That doesn't blow up the right side of the board quite like that. Like anti something. Anti. Or even an IGG ending somewhere. I don't remember how to play this game. I think we'd just better not burn time and we'll just take introns. I think it's introns. I hope it's introns and not intorns. There's something I'm confusing it with. Maybe. But it more or less evens the score. And of course the Q comes back to haunt us. Because of course it would. We have a few more options for it this time though. Whoa. That's going to open up like crazy over there. We are not going to make the same mistake with the QIN. We will... Yeah, that was such a terrible moment there. I don't know. I actually think that maybe we should grab this now. We still have Q on a U spot, Q on an I spot. I feel like maybe we want to take the points now and just close off the lane. And that will pay off. We still have some possibilities here. Any U's left in the bag? 2 U's left in the bag. We don't want to depend on that, of course. We'll probably just so Quinn or just QI here. If we had a T, we would go like QAT, but we don't have it. So a couple of vulnerabilities still on the board. The main one is this lane over here. Just still went blank unseen. There is also the S hook over here. Those are the major vulnerabilities. You have plays through here, and of course you have heavy constant through here. So those are the different hotspots that both players will be looking at. And so we'll just see what our opponent does. We actually have, if we have like a GO or GA. We do have GO. We can have something through here. I don't think we have a good play for that this turn, though. But that does close off the triple that is on the bottom left. If we can hit that, we'll get it. The other B is still insane. The other B is a threat there as well. So we'll see. The fact that my opponent is taking some time with his play indicates to me that, of course, he had blank, and now we have some issues. But luckily, he's going to give me the Q spot over here for something big. Quinn, I don't think we'll go with notice that because of the T in this position, with one U still unseen, the Q actually still can stretch over there for another play later on. We will take the points though. So we have the kind of play that I was talking about over here. We have Gory for 48, and that's pretty huge. If we can get it, that will be almost certainly the first choice, because that is pretty much a catch-up play. Again, with one U unseen, both players will be looking at this spot for it. We'll both be looking at this spot for some kind of heavy consonant here. Bingos are probably not in play at this point apart from here. As you can see from the pool, there is the possibility of something like an IEST ending. And so we'll be looking for something like that. But yeah, I think very clearly my play on this turn is Gory. Very, very clearly. And I hope I get it, because if not, then we have to get maybe Cloggy. Cloggy's 30. I like that, actually. Cloggy's not bad. It gives us RT. The T might not be good for bingos if it's doubled against a T in the bottom lane. But I think that's second choice. So first choice will be Gory. The second choice will be Cloggy. And so let's just put those down. And it depends on what my opponent does, of course. If he's holding one of the two remaining S's, he's definitely still looking at a spot. Gory does not close it, but it does restrict it a little bit by not making the S fall into a position that stretches to the left. But the S is likelier to be in starting position anyway. As much as we think of the S as an ending tile, it's actually the most common starting tile for 7-letter words. I believe that's true. So we'll wait here and see what happens. So yeah, we've just been blasting through this tournament. I mean, the other players have been fast. Zari, oh, well, come on. 69 points there. Yeah, I don't know what took my opponent so long to look for that. Because that's one of those plays that looks super obvious as well. And we're going to be stuffed with consonants, and we're going to lose. So yeah, maybe Cloggy would have been better there, but we didn't know that, so we had to take the points. And given the number of vowels in the bag right now, 7 vowels, 6 consonants, it was not that likely that we would just draw into this with a 4-consonant draw. So that did not go well. But yeah, because now 6 in the bag, we also can't exchange. So likely we're looking at something like Gaul over here. But we are going to lose this game. And we're going to be down 0-3. But like I said, this is a tough group. And hopefully by the end of the session, we remain qualified to rejoin them next time. Don't know how it took so long with the Zari there. Maybe my opponent was unsure about it. But, I don't even know what a second choice play would be in that kind of position. Maybe he was reluctant to do it because of some other consideration on his rack. But we'll just have to wait and see. Otherwise, we'll just lose and lose and lose. That Q mistake, though, that blew the game. This spot right here, where I didn't look at the invalid NI before I placed a play. The move that turn should have been to just play the Q. I got a bit greedy because, like, yeah, no, I mean, you know, we wouldn't have burned a blank on the I otherwise, with just QI and keeping something too constant and heavy. We should have just played the Q for 31. And I just didn't stop to look at that because we were so eager to hit the spot. So that didn't go well at all. If we can draw into like QUAT, that would be good. But we'd need to draw U and A into the ending here. We probably won't get it, but we want to go for something like that, then we would play Gaul and decide. But that would be the case for playing off the else rather than playing off the T, for instance. I don't know what my opponent is searching for that is taking so long. I bet he has something like an IEST ending that he's just trying to stretch here, and that's why they're burning so much time. Or they could just be a slow player like me. So we'll just wait and see. I mean, 6 in the bag, we've each got a reasonable amount of time to deal with, unlike the last game. So let's just hang on to this and see what happens. I wonder if you can re-effect something. You can have dis-effect. Can you re-effect something? I doubt it. Like, I'd probably challenge it. I don't know if there are any 2-tile extensions that go in front. I'm definitely thinking about it. If my opponent tries it, I mean, you know, we're likely losing anyway. We'll challenge for 5 points. Exo in that spot. Okay, that's interesting. That's a pretty big spot for the X as well. Yeah, we got outdrawn like crazy with some of this stuff. But again, the Q mistake turned the entire game. That was... Oh, and you know what? This killed my spot for Gaul as well. We don't even have that now. We just don't even have the benefit of doing that. Well, I mean, we might as well just take a dinky little play like this. We have very few options. I'm looking at some other spots like along here as well, but I don't think we have any. We really have nothing to go on here. Obviously, we had a T ending on Quint. We could have stretched something like this, but I think at this point we just need to play off what we can. I have no plays, so... Oh, and we have to deal with the V as well, so... And yeah, so my opponent got that first. We were trying to draw into it and race to it, but that was not going to work. If we can do something here, yeah, we did kind of kill this spot for anything with an S ending or D ending, or T ending rather. So this will be a pretty bad loss. Oh, we can, you know, always go rev over here. 27. I'm just thinking of whether my opponent would go out on that spot after that. We could have something with the B in the spot, but I don't think anything will really go. And of course, you know, we never managed to work with anything on the S spot over here. We just had nothing. And we still have nothing that would Be a useful play there. So let's think about this. I think we just go rev here, and we'll. But the problem with that is that we just have very little to deal with after that. I'm looking at whether we can stretch something through here. Maybe, because, yeah, so T or S goes after Queen. Actually, Quine would go there too, like E. But is there anything that would actually fit, that would do something useful for me, like getting rid of the V? I'm not quite convinced. Because the V is just a massive burden on us right now, essentially. Yeah, I just don't see it. I really don't want to spend my E here. Or my E here, rather. But we're just going to be outpaced, rather, anyway. If we have something here, I don't think we do, though. I'm thinking of something like an ST start. I mean, next turn we could just do ST there, but that. Yeah, we just don't have very many possibilities. Let's just take it. Yeah, within 100, but we're not going to keep that spread by any means. I don't think so. And it's funny because if we had kept the R, we would have had like a BRR through here. And let's see, I think we'll probably just go with the ST idea unless we see something that I hadn't thought about. This 17, that's not too bad. My opponent is going to go out, so we need to think about just with equity. So 17 here would be 17 minus 4, that's plus 13. This spot here, I mean, my opponent might also just dump the E there for Quine, but I feel like they might have some other possibilities as well. So the advantage of this is that we block off the spot for Quine, which is plus 14 for my opponent. So if they don't have any plays that score comparably, then even though this is only a plus 10 for me rather than a plus 13, it actually benefits us by just enough. Unless he has some other massive play with the E. This seems like the best spot with the E for my opponent by a pretty big margin. And if it's the best spot by, say, at least a 3-point margin, then ST here is better. So we'll do that. So yeah, it was either ST here or bot over here. But we decided to take the one that would obstruct what seemed like my opponent's best play. And I think that scores better. My opponent is actually just going to be short of 500, it seems. Actually, no, he'll get 500 because he's going to get plus 8 off my rack. So we are going to lose to a 500 score here. And again, this Q blunder, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe we did something that simple. On the other hand, I totally believe it because I know what my vision is like with 2-letter words when playing online. That we just don't stop to check sometimes and we play very carelessly. So yeah, my opponent at this point is just looking for the best possible spot with an E. There are lots to choose from. He probably just wants to do something that gets, yeah, that I thought he'd go for that. So he's going to finish 508. So let's just pass it. No invalid words on the board because we had our one chance with that phony NI. That was challenged off. And so that's going to be the third loss in a row for us today. I mean, we've been trying to find some plays. This one just went badly, though. The cube blender was very much my mistake. It's very easy to blame luck for things like my opponent getting a lot of the big draws late in the game. But usually, even when you lose by a lot, it turns on some mistake that you as a player are responsible for. And that's something that you kind of pick up when you play this game a lot, that most losses that seem like losses to luck are actually losses to some critical mistake. Oh, we're so close to axolotl. Look at that. Axolotl. We're just one tile off. We have Taxol. I don't think we have something that will land the X on a spot that we want. I think we'll probably just take Taxol somewhere. We're not even on the first turn, so. Yukir? Yuk is good. Yuk is kind of like yuck. Yukir. Let's challenge. No, it's good. Yeah, it's kind of like Yuk. So let me highlight this. Whoops. How do I? There we go. Yeah, Yuk is good. I just wasn't sure about Yuki or Yukir. I think it's actually good in both books. So we just couldn't remember. It doesn't really give me a good spot for the X except here. Except we don't really have anything that will go with that. There's kind of O or the I that could go there. We might just take OX there, but then we're really, really stuck with a lot of those double tiles, and I don't think that'll be worth it. Laxley is perhaps good, because then I don't like the double T, but I don't think we'll do that better necessarily. I'm trying to see if we can land the X anywhere better. I think we'll just have to go with that. And of course, we even get a third T, so this will start off badly right away. So yeah, this is a rematch against my opponent from the last round. I was hoping to do a little better, but we're playing behind right from the start. Look at that. Well, I guess he's not afraid of the Y there, or he's holding a Y for a potentially refiner or an S. Kind of interesting that he would play 6 there. I mean, obviously, if he had an S or a Y, he would have just played it for the bingo. But so he played refiner and kept something. We don't know, but it is clearly trying to draw towards an S or at a long shot a Y. We, unfortunately don't have the right kind of tiles for a tutorial. We're so close to something like that. I'm trying to see if we can do something else that will just get rid of some of this stuff. I mean, we might just go taut here. I don't like it. Do we have somewhere for, say, I don't know, tout? Or something that will... Oh, tut is way better. Tut is way better. But again, we still are very, very vowel heavy coming out of that. If we can get something here, that would be better. But yeah, I don't really see it. Like something that would hit. And also get rid of double T. I think we just need to unduplicate and just manage to rack. Let's just do this. I really don't like it. Looks like a whole lot of vomit. Oh, so close to something like atavism. Vomit toes is good. It's so close to something like that too. I think vomit toes is good anyway. But we should look at something like ISM. We should actually just play vomits and throw up this rack. Halsey, yeah, that's fine. So the thing I'm thinking right now is we'll just go vomits and take 44 points. I feel like that's almost certainly going to be best unless we have something that goes through here. Vomits and Aussie isn't nearly as good. Actually, yeah, vomits would be 6 tiles, 36 there. We wouldn't do that. That would just angle. We might as well kill the spot. The O is an issue for the J if the J goes there. But the J is on my rack. I just noticed it's on my rack. Okay, so that's fine. We don't actually have a play off of it right now. Yeah, we do. We have just JA. So first choice will be just JA. It would have been nice to, get a good spot for Jihad or Haji or something like that, but we'll obviously just take the points. If that spot is taken, something through with a J is not a bad idea. I'm just trying to see if there's anything that would end here. NU doesn't end with very much, though. That's the issue. IT takes the A at the end, so, that would have been a possibility. But we don't really have anything. Okay, so, yeah, the Q is going to go all the way down in there. Obviously, it would be very tempting to, just kill the Q spot now and draw something else into the J spot. I think we better just take this, though, while it's available. And keep pace, unless we have something that would go here. Unfortunately, we don't have something like F for the F-Lodge or something. WILJA is good. We don't actually have a spot for that. That would be good. I'm just thinking of whether we have something that ends with AJ. There are some words that end with AJ, but you need something like an F or like Semaj or Afflage or something like that. I don't even know if any of that is pronounced like that. We just need to take the points. Let's not stare at this. And yeah, we're going to get the A back anyway, so next priority will be to try to go Kadi over here, or Cade, one of the two. Kadi probably a little better because the I... Oh, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, the I might be a little more... I guess you would force something like S or T or something in that position. I don't know. It would permit maybe more parallels through here, so maybe QAID is better. We'll look at other possibilities, though. But we should try to take the Q spot for 40-something. If we don't get the Q spot, we'll look at something else. Likely... we'll try to look at some things around here. If we can get something there, so for example, even if you don't want to take the Q spot, you can just do wax over here, KG. Yeah, so the thing we're comparing here, so the C totally blocks off this lane, which is great because if we take the Q spot, it kills the lane. It also kind of kills the lane if we do this and then we keep those other tiles. That's about a 6-point sacrifice relative to this, and it would keep one vowel if we want to do that. But this also dumps the W. So the thing is, do I want to sacrifice 6 points to keep one vowel and dump the W? I think that actually is a good trade instead of taking the Q spot. So we'll try that instead. Yeah, that's one of those calculations that you just have to make. And, we'll have a sort of light counterplay here. It's not too threatening, but the F does make us think about whether we can do something here. I'll probably just go something like Florid and just dump a whole bunch of stuff that we don't want. I'm just taking a moment to look at this in case we have a better play. But I think we do want to kill that lane, and we just want to take the points. So I'm going to grab the lead here. after having a pretty bad start. We're a bit heavy on the eyes. We'll definitely have to do something about that. There are some things that will go towards the Q in this spot. You get like things like Trank, Umiak, things like that. But it's not the easiest thing to hit. A TRAN going towards it is not too difficult to put together if you do get it. We have 2 T's remaining in the bag though. But essentially, with the Q in that position, that would be the threat, especially because there's not much right now that is going to threaten extending into this corner, because it's really hard to build there right now with anything. So the Q might just dangle there until someone makes one of those 5s ending in Q, if someone wants to go for that. Oops. So that's just something to look out for on a bit of a longer time scale. I kind of like the idea of just going Naoi over here. It doesn't make the S hook worse. You already have an S hook available on it. That would just become an S hook on none. It does allow me to manage my vowels a little bit. And the alternative would be to do some other vowel dump with my H somewhere, and I don't really see a good spot. I think we'll just take it. We have a double H now. We'll probably just undouble. Now, pig there, I think, pretty sure spig is good. I think that's absolutely some kind of setup. There's 3 S's and a blank that are available right now. But I can't really do anything about that spot. I mean, I can sort of build towards it this way if we want, but there might be very little I can do there that would score points. We can do, for example, this for 12. And is spig even good, actually? I don't even know. I'm probably confusing with something else. Maybe that just closes that spot, actually. I can't even remember. But anyway, the S threat here right now is on this lane for sure. If we can keep tiles for this, we should take it eventually. I think we'll probably just take the 18 points over here and just grab that spot and unduplicate. Yeah, the I in this position is actually not that great either in terms of Gweduk. Gweduk? I feel like my opponent's way too confident in this for this to not be a word. I've never seen this before, but like it's one of those where, why would you even play this unless you absolutely knew it? Which is, again, a pretty bad way to think about Scrabble psychology. Gweduk. We'll have to look it up afterwards. Maybe we can tag an S on it. I don't know. If we get one. Yeah, we can do something like, I don't know, he's here to dump all the E's. We have 3 out of 4 remaining E's, though. We probably want to keep at least one of them. So we don't want to do something like this with... I don't even remember if that's good. Let's think about this for a moment. The thing about this spot as well, we should actually look at whether we have something with a CH. We should also look at spots like this in case something will go. This is a very closed off play space though, and we're down by about 4 minutes again from all the talking. Let's see. I don't want to make like a really weak play. Also, this has been dangling here the whole time too. That's something that we haven't even been looking at as a threat. I would like to make better use of the H somewhere to actually score with it. But we might have to do something here to just drop some of these excessive E's. Maybe just play off 2 E's here for 10. It's pretty weak, but we're close in score right now. Okay. Now we got something. Now we got something. Do we? I've got to look at this. This looks like such a bingo prone rack. It has like Hordanes through an N. We don't have something through an N. We have... No, not inshore. Is there a 7 through here? I don't know if I have one. Do I have something to S over here? Now we're pretty close in score. We don't need to risk too much if we don't know something. Yeah, so, you know, I see like Hordanes if we have an N, but we don't. Maybe something with an OUS ending here. So close. Hideous, but then we have an R to deal with. Do we have something that would go through the C? This is a very critical turn here. I truly don't know. We might just actually dump this. It does close off the lane over to the S, but we have an S hook, and I presume that maybe Guetta could take an S. I think we'll just take the points here, stay competitive, and then draw into something else next turn. Diaries, diarize. Airside. Diaries, diarize, airside. So I'm going to try the S on Guetta if it remains open. We should also not forget about the L. I didn't even look at the L last turn. We probably had something. I don't know. No, not with those tiles. Okay, beans. So, diaries, diarize, airside. Let's take a look at the possibilities. Diaries kind of dumps the E in that spot, but the IE could be awkward. So, wait, how many points? Diaries? There are no good tiles that will have a second tile after the I because F is the only one that goes there that really scores. 74 there. Diarize. 76 there, but then the D could lead to a pretty good hook up top, and you get a good parallel down to the I potentially. Or airside. This is assuming that Guedex is good in the first place. Airside is actually maybe even best defensively because it doesn't leave. So with the R in this position, with the C in this position, nothing will go in a triple, really, because you need E. But with the blank unseen, there's still some possibility that my opponent could stretch something here, so I don't like it. But then that's true if you dangle the D really high as well, so... Like, diaries here does leave the D and the I and the A and so on wide open for bingos. So I'm going to go airside just to restrict. Because at the very least, it'll kill this spot more or less. And then if there's a bingo, it'll force certain kinds of endings. Let's do that. Notice that we have something like vibratos for a T if the T comes down. Oh, there you go. There's the trank that we expected all game long. We have bravos here, and I think that might even win. My opponent does have the blank with a 7-tile rack, but we don't care, I think. Because with three O's and a U, I really, really don't think that that's going to do anything. We didn't look at this carefully, but I don't have time to look at this carefully. So, yeah, too bad a T didn't get dangled for vibratos, but I think bravos is to play. I just want to make absolutely sure. Yeah, we better take it. And we have the I remaining. I should win this one. And yeah, he's going to go bozo right away. And we just need to find a decent spot for the I. So we'll finally pick up a win. And yeah, I see 4 points here, kind of weak. Oh, I see Uni and Gi over here for 6. We only have a couple of seconds remaining to decide on this one. It's not going to matter except for the spread in the tournament, so it really is not a consequential decision. Let's just take it. And that'll be our first win of the day. Which is a bit of a relief because we didn't want to go 4 down at this point. So, yeah, we'll need to look over some of these games afterwards. I don't know if I'll be able to stay long enough on the stream today to actually do a proper analysis because we're just playing so many rounds back to back with no break. There is, I think, like maybe a 5-minute stop after round 7 or so. I should actually read to confirm that. I feel like I had some racks, but I probably almost certainly missed something. But this wasn't the worst played game. We should look up Guedux, actually. So, oh, yes. Gueduk is actually another word for like a geoduck, like a geoduck clam. Yeah. Oh. I didn't know the spelling, actually. It's a Native American spelling. I wonder if it's good in both books. Like, and yeah, no invalid words on this board. We gave away 5 points for challenging Yukir. But that's the only thing that I can think of. So yeah, we're going to wait for the next round. We can kind of run this through the analyzer while we're waiting, perhaps, and just, oh, no, it says time to start round 5. Let's get into round 5. And this will be a repeat against my opponent from the first round. And this is, I think, a pretty clear exchange rack. We will keep A, I, R, N. Maybe we keep the L, but then it makes it really obvious. Well, I mean, an exchange on the first turn makes it obvious anyway, what we're doing. But we'll exchange L and R, I think. I don't know my leaves well enough to know whether keeping the L is preferred. Because those are the kind of things where there are kind of calculated values for those decisions that people know at the top level. We don't really know them. But we're going to get this rack right away, which, let me think about this. This is one of those notorious ones where there's nothing, even though it looks like there should be something. Or, no, there's orating. What are we talking about? And then just rigatoni through like an I if we have it. An organist through an S. So, we have tons of stuff here. We need to look at this properly. Or organist, rigatoni, there's probably something through an E as well. That is probably really obvious. Or maybe that's the kind of notable alphagram where there's nothing. There's something with the G. The G is always such a pain to work with. Anyway, we have to figure this out now. So Do we have something that could maybe go to the Y? Let's think about this. Not really. It's so close to something like negatory, but I think we'll just have to take our rating if we have a good spot for it, like maybe here. That dangles the I in a bit of a weird spot. But I don't know that will do better. I don't think we'll do better. We're probably missing something through the E. Okay, but we have the Q for the Q bomb on this spot. If my opponent has the X to take that out first, then we can't do anything about that. But that is a big threat for the Q right now for us. If that gets taken, and I assume that it will be taken, Q also goes up top over here if we have something for it. We don't have something for it at the moment. QAPIK I think is good if we eventually have a K to play to, but here you have the Q as a hook up top, so that's something to look out for. We don't have a good second choice play for the Q other than this spot. Unless an I is in second position, so for example from a big X play or something parallel to that. Oh, okay, so he's not going to take it, which means we can just dump the Q. Let's take a moment, make sure we want to do it. Yeah, of course we want to do it. That's an easy decision. All right, so the big burden on us right now, we want to at some point get rid of the J and the V. If we can do both, that's even better. IN here currently dangles a spot for the J as well, but we don't have a particularly, well, I mean, we have, things like Jape and all that, but we probably don't want to dangle that. Maybe we do. Like Jap is good, Jape is good. We don't want to spend the E, though, when we still want to do something with it. Eventually, if we have something going through here, the J also fits on the O. But we don't have a good play for that either. E does end here. If you do something like cave, that actually kills this triple, so there's no counterplay on this spot, and it gets rid of some tiles. The issue is that it keeps no vowels. But then it keeps the J potentially for this spot if this remains open as a threat. It also keeps the J for the spot going through the A. And so that's not a very high scoring play, but it is something that could potentially get us out of a bit of trouble. So Dingy is there going to... Okay, so you know what? That's even better because we'll just go jive. We have an S, so I think I will risk dangling the S there because we can easily take it. So I'm almost 100 points ahead, but I've had 3 really lucky breaks where we got the spot for our rating, we got a spot for the Q, we got a spot for the J. So we can't always depend on being quite this fortunate. Now, we should think about whether we have something that will go here for the S before something like a D goes down in that spot. S will also stretch over to the right side. Because that spot is not going to stay open, really. The other thing we can do is we can just put this down. I actually like that a lot better. Because if we don't have a good play that takes that spot with an S or a D, I mean, that still remains open because it's easy to play through the A, but we can score points while managing the rack and keeping the S for a further threat. The other thing, too, is that, my opponent also just played off 1D. And so we should also look at this properly to see if maybe there was something. I don't think there is. I don't think you can have like face pens or whatever. But fancy pens. So yeah, okay. So P potentially goes there. E, when we get one, will go back there. I don't know if anything goes in front of UE other than the Q, but we should think about that. So my opponent is looking at this a long time. He probably is looking at something like a blank play to see if he can. Oh, so he's going to keep that. Yeah, he was probably struggling to think about, whether it's worthwhile to take that and potentially spoil a rack that's close to a bingo. And I think he correctly calculated that I would likely do something there if he didn't do it first. Now we still have the possibility to fish off one, but at this point I don't think I'll do that. Yeah, so IO date scores really well. It scores 40. So he's essentially sacrificing a bingo rack to get that. I think this is going to be best. 24 here, FAP. We still have the possibility of playing through here with the other A. I think that's going to be better than trying to do cap. C is going to synergize better. And here we have ranches. And ranches will go here. Is there another spot? And there probably are other bingos here. Okay, let's look at this properly in case there's actually something that will go through. Because CK, SK, we should look at it, but we shouldn't take too long on it. Yeah, but it could very well be something. But I think we very clearly go ranches. And then, this here is still a spot that we can take with things like Wicks for 45, keeping great tiles. I'm just drawing like a champ in this game, so we just need to not blow it. Yeah, sometimes RNG is just on your side in this game, and it averages out. Like, this is a really good player, obviously, who beat me quite decisively earlier today. And so things kind of average out over time. So you just kind of take this as you go. And the thing is, like, at this level, with half the bag still available and both blanks still available, 100-point lead is not a safe lead, and you have to remember that, especially because this is a super volatile spot right now. You're not really that likely to get an 8-letter place with a K in that position, but it could happen. It is a threat. These spots are wide open right now. The F is less likely, but it is possible. And of course, there's this spot here that we talked about. So it's a very volatile board. 2 blanks available. X and Z still available. And so our job at this point is to try to close up and defend the lead, or try to at least outscore here and there. So we're going to lose the spot for Wix over there, and that's okay. We will see. Yeah, because we should actually try to start closing off the corner then, if we can. And that means that even something like Wed might be a good idea. Because, yeah, our objective at this point is to defend the lead. I am going to take a moment to see if we actually do have something that would go down, though. No, we should just take it. We should just take it. No, SE is not a word. What am I doing? SE is not a word. Well, that was close. We almost made the same mistake we did last game. We should actually then, in that case, go... You see, if you go here, it doesn't close because it opens up to triples. So we need to see, do we have something that could go WI? Even just RID, but in an ER ending is something that my opponent could still potentially hit. We can also just close off like this. It would still permit something like an ES ending. I actually don't like a lot of our moves there. Now that I saw that we do not, in fact, have that available. That changes things a little bit. I would like to... Yeah, if we can go like crude. The C is vulnerable to H. There is one H available that could really hit that spot, but it does otherwise kill the lane. The only thing that it's vulnerable to at this point is H in this spot. And so maybe that's not too bad a threat. So I actually like this play. Now, of course, my opponent can always play through and open up more space. The H is obviously still going to be a threat there for quite a few points. It's going to be something like a 30 to 40 point there. Longer run. Okay, so that catches up most of the way. So again, we are not safe by any means. Yeah, like I said, wide open board, still very, very volatile. So I would really like to get rid of some of these U's, given that we already have the Q down on the board, so the U's are, pretty much useless. We might just go now over here, but then we could unduplicate. I don't like the I in that position. That's asking for trouble. Let's think about this. UTU is a word, but it doesn't quite get rid of the things that I want. AITU is a word. I don't think it goes down anywhere, though. No word useful. Actually, yeah, if you just do that and manage to rack a little bit, I don't know. That's such a weak play. And right now, this spot is still like a massive threat. We're only about 40 points ahead, so we should actually try to score a little bit here. But yeah, if we can do something here. So the problem with these plays is that it leaves this massive spot on top of the U that could... or on top of the I is worse. On top of the U, you'd be worried about M. You'd be worried about X, obviously. I think we actually just go this. And it at least blocks off a lane. And then we pick up the other U. So is there something that is like an IOUS ending? And if we did have that, where would we even put it? There wouldn't really be a place. So we really need to get rid of some of this. Dubious, but it doesn't go anywhere. That's okay. We should keep it in mind. Yeah, OUS doesn't go anywhere. OUS. IOUS. The L gets in the way. But we should keep this in mind in case it actually does go down somewhere. If my opponent opens up. And since he's behind, he does have an incentive to try to give us space. But the IOUS ending is a difficult fit on this board. It does not fit on this board. So if it does not go down, we need a plan B. It's probably not going to go down. The fact that we control one of the two remaining blanks is important, though, because it means that we at least have a bit of a safety if my opponent actually makes good use of the blank that he may be holding. So a small play like that indicates to me that he's trying to find something that is going to go down here. We really need to get rid of some of these U's. I just don't know how to do it. We can go just nub over here. I actually like it. It's a 5-point play. But I actually really like it. Because it controls the board, right? Like it obstructs this land. It doesn't kill it because you can still have some endings from the L. So right now you're looking at something like an I ending on a G. You're looking at something like an A or I or O ending on the L. You're looking at things that float through the F. 5-point play when we're about 50 points ahead. It does manage my rack. It does solve the U problem a little bit. We're probably missing some spot for dubious that I don't even know because we don't know this dictionary well enough. You have to remember H is still a massive threat over here as well. But I actually really like this play. Okay, here's the H. Here's the H. Which is good because then, I mean, we don't want to open up something dangerous here, but holding the H means that we can at least think about what to do here. And actually, if the triple on top of the B gets obstructed, then the H might still be good. The problem with H is that it takes a ton of vowels in the back. Well, it takes I and A in the back. But it might be fine if we, because the idea is that you parallel the H over here somehow, and the H by itself would be worth about 24. Unfortunately, I don't think sushido is a word. It's like, if you know the Nintendo game Sushi Strikers, where it's sushi but bushido. Otherwise, the G would be pretty good here. Fevering, okay, pretty good play. That puts him ahead. And unfortunately, we're not in a very good spot here with everything that we're dealing with. Now the double S is starting to feel like a bit of a burden. If we had a T, it would be, or an E to play, it would be housiest. We don't have a good way to chain the H here. This is actually dangerous because Z is available, X is available. There are a lot of things like flex or plex that could go through here and just wreck that spot with the X. X is actually an extremely valuable tile in this position right now. Extremely valuable. Even if you did something like UH over here, you still have the... actually, that kills off a lot of ideas. It does open up the top, and that's okay because we actually kind of want some openings for our S. And it does, of course, open up this side here. That's actually not the worst idea, perhaps. We'll take it. And we'll get the X. We didn't know we would get the X, so we had to kill the spot. That's okay. We're going to... Oh, too bad. S doesn't go in front. I was thinking like 6 mo's. Axioms. No, we don't have the right tiles for that. Ixions. No, but the I doesn't go in front. And I'm thinking of not Ixions, Axions. Yeah, so that's going to hit pretty hard, but X is still available. We're a little down on time. 6 in the bag. Z still open. Z can tag here. It's not going to parallel for anything else, though. Let me think about this because we might just put a docks over here. I don't like that we're keeping so many duplicates, but at this point we just need to take the points, I think, because like Z by itself is worth minimum 30. We don't have a good parallel spot for the X that is still open as far as I can tell. The problem is that the S's are actually a bit of a burden right now because they don't do much on the board. There aren't spots for them. Usually you would find corners with the S that would give you a big score at the end game. Let's think about this. No, we don't have it. I think we just go docks. There are 2 O's remaining in the bag, no I's remaining in the bag, so at least we don't pick up any more. I think we have to take it unless we have something like this. I something X. O something X. No, I think we take the points. We don't have enough time to work out the end game properly, unfortunately. We've had so much time trouble today. Something like PSI might even be good here. I don't know if we have something good here. Obviously, if we can kill the Z spot, that's not too bad. But I don't know if we just dumped the P there for 10 just to kill the S spot. We're not ahead by enough to really play like that. But at this point, it's pretty likely that my opponent will hold the Z, and we need to plan around it because, yeah, he plays Zoo over here. So that takes care of it at least, and it kills that lane for anything that I might come up with. We might just have to go 12 here. We're way behind, though, after the Z. 1 in the bag. So I don't think there's a good fish here that we can do. We can do this, but then there's no second spot, so he would just kill it immediately, and then there's no counterplay. So I don't think there's a useful way to get out of that. Yeah, because we can't actually win with a bingo at this point because he would just kill the spot right away. There's no second spot. We need to play fast here. Same with this. Like, he would kill it immediately. There's no second spot. And so I think we are going to lose this one. I was so far ahead too. Like I said, it's not safe to be 100 ahead with the tiles we were seeing in the middle of the game. We're really, really down to time. We need to decide now. Yeah, because he very clearly just is able to kill anything I do over here. Anything I do over here. I don't see it. We can try to draw for it, but there's no way he'll give me the lane. Like, we're not going to fit anything there. Okay, we need to play now. Let's just play, yeah. T comes out last in the bag. I don't think there was a good way to fish into that. We're down to 12 seconds. We just needed to take that. It's funny because S here also just hits the corner. Oh, that's too bad. And yeah, I don't have enough time to actually CD out. Because we have to play really quickly as soon as this goes down. I'm just trying to see if there's anywhere that we can able. Lister, yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so it's a 29-point lost. Wow, okay. I mean, after fevering, we were in trouble because I actually closed off too much with crude over here. Yikes. And yeah, Chess Bunzo, we've had a couple of serious errors today. But the games have been close. Like, I was totally bagging this guy for the first half of this game, and then we blew a 120-point lead. But I was aware of the risk, and we kind of closed off the board excessively and didn't leave any comeback opportunities. Okay. I must be kind of bottom of the pack right now. And I've been having time trouble. I really have not been managing time well today. And of course, this isn't my usual lexicon either. Do we have something through here? Like a 6-tile place right here? Obviously, we would ignore the Q, so it would be whatever is the anagram of like grenade. Like, angered, enraged. Yeah, let's take it. Enraged. 36. Yeah, doing that, playing off 6 tiles and keeping a Q is actually not too bad. The alternative is to make a small play somewhere. No, that was the best, I'm pretty sure. We didn't have good small plays with a Q that wouldn't still leave us with a very consonant heavy leave. We still don't have a good way to deal with the EQ now. So at some point we might just still have to exchange. But we'll see. This also puts the E in a really vulnerable spot. But yeah, we need to stop getting into so much time trouble. I have not been watching the clock well enough. Maybe we should put on sound alerts. I usually play with sound alerts off when I'm just playing on Woogles, but I find that maybe I'm talking enough that I'm losing time sometimes from not responding decisively enough to the turn timer. I don't know. We'll consider that for next time. I don't want to make any changes right now. Yeah. Oh, and there's the X bomb right there. That was a surprising amount of hesitation on the X bomb. Now we don't have a good response. We have Kui if we want to just, dump stuff for 7 points. I think at that point it's probably better to just exchange and just dump QOO. I would think. I think we dump QOO. Let's not click challenge by mistake. No, sorry, QOO, not COO. That would have been embarrassing too. Yeah, I had a game that earlier today where it basically turned on me accidentally not looking at twos and placing NI when I was trying to make a big Q bomb play. This is something. ING ending. Is it? VAW. This. It's so vowel heavy though. There's nothing with encaged plus S. Is there? Oh, I keep forgetting. We need to reset the drawing tool every round. Do we have something with the and G ending. Not that I can see. I feel like there's a 7, but I can't see what it is. I don't know. It's so clunky, though. I just don't see what it is. I think we need to just play off some of this. Probably just Gad, or unless, well, maybe we don't want to C necessarily. C is good for bingos, but doesn't hook well at all on this board, so let me think about that. This is Collins. So CAG is good. It leaves the E hook. Actually, no, I like that. Forks S here, E here. Unasked. So that should hit. I don't know if MATAI actually takes an S, but surely this is going to hit. It will not fit here, though, because of the G just getting in the way. I'm going to try the S on the end here. It seems like it's likely enough to be a noun. Remold. We are not going to get a good spot off of this, though, are we? That would be much too convenient for our purposes. So I am going to try unasked with the spot over here. And you usually have Woogle's muted chest bunzo and the wolf scare you, yeah. Where are the wolves here? Isn't it supposed to be like a cat service, you know, with the cat cam Easter egg and all that? Does this still work? Oh, maybe it doesn't. I thought it used to play music. Oh, except I have my sound off, so I guess it would turn off the sound for that as well. Yeah, I have my Woogle sound off. My system sound is on. Very tempting to just go something like this. That dumps too much, actually. But, you know, we'd want to get some of this stuff out of the way. And we're still way behind. We're behind by 50. This is a pretty tough group. And again, this is a group that, you know, is very Collins native. And so a bit of an uphill battle for me to begin with. But so I'm really tempted to do this. I think it dumps too many vowels, but PHT by itself could still go down, right? So maybe that's not as dumb as it looks. Because I don't see very many other options to manage. Actually, yeah, that's not too bad. It still keeps 2 consonants. That's actually a lot better than trying to do this nonsense. And of course, I'm looking at this and thinking, wait a minute, is this, whoops. Do we have, hang on, I need to turn this on. Okay. You know, for the chess players in the room, I had to look at this and think, is this a word or is it just the organization? But, you know, Scrabble brain is what it is, and you just lose track. Yeah, you're saying I didn't have any bingos on the ACDEGNS turn. Yeah. It I mean, you know, I looked. But there's so many of those G racks that are like that, where there's so many G racks that are almost recognizable as bingo racks, but are actually not. And when I look at the G alphagrams, I always have to exercise a bit of self-doubt. Okay, we have the doubled I here. That's still a problem. Actually, the HIOI move on this turn is not a bad idea. I actually don't remember if it takes the S. I feel like it doesn't, but if we were to do it, that's the place. Unless we go here. That's better. That's safer. It sacrifices a few points, but you see, I don't know what's going on with the hook to that, and maybe we shouldn't mess around with it. Good leave, bad draw. Unless you have like teetery. I doubt it. That doesn't sound good at all. Oh, Return of the Jedi right there. Teetery wouldn't go down anyway. I'm trying to see if we have something that would get rid of some of the stuff here. I guess if you have they, then this is a weak play, but you open up a little bit of room going forward. We need more space at this point on the board. We just don't have it. There's not much going on right now. There's the floaters through here. There's S-hook on the qubit. There's, of course, the bottom lane, although you'd have to have the E start with that, and that's not happening with 3 E's. There's anything that flows through the H. I feel like normally I'd try to dump the second T on this as well. The problem with TI, though, is that TI completely kills this. Completely kills the entire left side. So maybe that's not great either. But not that this opens either. That doesn't give you much room, but it at least gives you something to hook onto. So they over here. Yeah, that doesn't even get you that many points. We have E problems right now. I guess we can, have consonant R or something. Also, we shouldn't forget this S spot is still open. Good thing we didn't kill that lane then, although that wouldn't have extended enough to do so. We should not forget that we actually do have an S lane available, although we're so far behind at this point. I was thinking like Towslers. No, there's a whole bunch of like Towsel words or something that this looks so close to something though as well, doesn't it? That like I should definitely be thinking about 8s on this. I don't think we can have something on this 7 right now. We just don't have the tiles, but we need to think about this. Failing that, we'll try maybe the S-hook and ping. I don't know about that though. I think it's another sort of Collins thing here. I'm not sure about that. Like maybe, yeah, this lane is still technically open. Oh, too bad. I don't think BEE. Let me think here. BEE, does that take, it only, well, it takes R, it takes S, it takes T. Like, I'm just trying to think about whether we have anything going on. This spot here, maybe. But then we would need an S, something ending ST or SE. If we had an I for like Zoist, that would be good. And of course, we'll just get hit by this stuff. Do we have something that would be ZES? Or even Rosas? No, that doesn't hit the spot. It doesn't hit the spot. I was thinking something like Rosas, which is good in Collins. That's still 53, though. That's not terrible. And it does open up to the top left, which actually we kind of want to do. No blanks available at this point for me. There is the... No blanks available for me at this point, but you do have S's. We do have only one E, though. But we need space, right? So like I feel like we kind of have to take the points. We're so far behind at this point, though. 18 tiles in a bag. Yeah, nothing else is going to go there because of C. Like the best you can do is try to get something else that will give you the Z play, but we no longer have like P for Plotzes. We only have one U in the bag for Lutzes. Am I just missing something here? I don't know. I think we just have to take it. Rosets. I think that takes an S anyway. Okay, so again, we have one of those racks that is just close over something. Baronial? Through an A? I don't know. Is that good? Baronial? No, I'm thinking of Veronal, maybe? It's not going to matter here anyway. 7 in the bag. We are way down. S is still available, technically. I think we need to, like, despite the sort of over prefix, which is not going to go anywhere, we should think about opening space using some play with the V. We're not likely to get something like a bingo at this point, but, you know, we do have the R over on that side. This looks so much like a bingo rack as well, right? Like it just, it's one of those things. We keep getting these racks that just kind of have this temptation to them when it comes to burning time on looking. And of course, they don't really tend to pan out. But I need to not totally destroy the board with this V because this is such a bad place to have a V. I would like to open up spots over here. I don't really want to burn my E, though, because it's the last E in the bag, and so... Let's see. Evo. Evo takes the other E on the N. It also takes an S on the N. It has a pretty strong leave. It does potentially create a situation where a block here also kills the G lane, but I don't think we can do anything about that. Our lane on the left is still open, so... And look at that. So we're going to have something here, I hope. Nailers, renails. Do we have anything that's... Oh, well, of course that spot's going to be taken. Nail, E-R... No, hang on. Liners. No. Okay, hang on. Nailers, renails, aligners. And then... oh, wait. Ailerons. Yeah, okay, no, we have something. Alieners, ailerons. So this would be in this spot, 59. Whoops, alieners is almost exactly the same. I don't think there's really a substantial difference here. The I in that spot opens up the F for a big counterplay with like OF here, maybe. Because yeah, the bag is exhausted already, so I think we do that simply because of the F. Wait, did we? Okay, no, we actually went out with that. I didn't even look at this, so we went out with that, and we'll just pick up tiles. So it actually doesn't matter. We'll just do whatever takes points. Because I was looking at opponent has 5 tiles, and for some reason I was mentally thinking 5 in a bag. But okay, That's fine. So again, we're going to lose to another 500 game for the second time. Oh, also, FIDE is not good. I didn't even look at it. I saw it afterwards, and I looked at it and thought, oh, is that just a chess organization, or is that actually a Collins thing? And the thing is, playing against these players, there are so many things like the four-letter hook words in Collins that definitely put my opponents at an advantage, let's just say, relative to my word knowledge. Now, I think they were going to take a 5-minute stop after either round 6 or 7. I'm going to, we are going to start round 7. I think it's after round 7 we'll have a quick coffee stop, bio break. We are so far down, though. We're at 1 and 5. I'm doing a lot worse than last time I played this group. The last time I played with this group, I did break even. But at this point, it looks like we'll just definitely finish with a losing record today. I haven't even looked at the standings. I'm sure I'm way down at the bottom right now. Do we have something that would give you... You know what? Let's just go like this. This has got to be something. Yeah, sardonyx were an O. There's definitely something through the E. Because what's the usual one that's in dancier? Isn't there a word that takes an S in there? Let me think about this. I'm so out of practice. We should also think about the A spot in case there's something that goes double through there. This is what happens when you don't practice your anagrams. I got to think about this for a moment. Because there's something else in there. That probably takes the S. D-I-S. Oh, yeah, discern. No. Let me think about this. Maybe there's something through the A. This is going to make me look, isn't it? Let's see. C-D-I. How is this not a bingo? How is this not a bingo? Something E-D. It's so close to something like arachnids. We need to not burn so much time on it. This is how I've been losing. Just burning too much time on this stuff. We can maybe try to find something that's 6 through here. I cannot believe we can't find something here. Let's... Like, it's almost like radiances, except radiances, we don't have enough vowels. I'm almost certainly missing something obvious. All right, let's not burn time on it. CAD or card? Yeah, let's just do CAD. Because then you get CAD at the end of that. And let's see. Surely we have like Steven Pinker on this one. I don't think we have a good fit here now. B's not going to give me anything. It's just not enough to work with. Let's just go Pinkers. finally get something down. This spot's pretty close. I mean, we could, do Vav over there just to dump the V, but it's probably not very effective. It's 18 points. It's not absolutely awful, but it still keeps it closed, right? So it doesn't do anything there. And look at that Z-bomb. I keep underestimating the risk of that in Collins specifically. We just get hit by stuff like that constantly. I mean, we know it's a threat. We just maybe don't visualize it often enough as a threat. I would like to just unduplicate a bit and get rid of stuff. Even if it's just something like that. That still really shuts things off, though, with the V. Surely we have something here? I don't know. I actually think maybe that's about as good as we're getting. I don't want to dump DE, even though this keeps it a little more open. Because at least here, you're forking this way. And then you still have some possibilities through the floating I. And, with the V in a late position, there are definitely things that go through it as well. I feel like it's sometimes more bingoable than you might think. We should think about this here. Probably just some vowels. Maybe we can do something to reopen. I don't think we have anything good here. We can also just dangle this like crazy and threaten something with yes, but then my opponent just exchanged 3, so maybe we don't want to be too crazy about that. We can also just, even just go here. EAU, O actually does take ES in Collins. I think we should vowel dump. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just need to take care of the B on this turn instead. I feel like we probably missed a better scoring play somewhere, but we'll deal with that. And then if we want to dump the B, we have something like Phoebe and Beef and so on. But not very many places for these ideas. Definitely there are some things that can go down here if we want to burn the S, but we don't. We are going to look at something like the IFIES ending, something IFIs. We won't have it. B does go here if we have something we want to do with that. Probably not something like that, but, we'll figure it out as we go. I'm also, once again, down on time. Oh. That's been the story today. So let's see what we can do. I mean, this is not bad. Because if we're standing on E and we have ES endings that we want to look at, then we start to open up that quadrant. Because we do want to reopen past a V. We're actually slightly ahead, so maybe we don't want to reopen. But we're not ahead by so much that we want to shut everything down. We want to just try to score consistently and then have the S available as insurance. Now, we see small plays. We saw it with my opponent last 2 plays as exchange 3 and in play 2. He's close to something. And so maybe that should inform my decision here. And opening might not be advisable. However, in this kind of spot, if you open, Well, down here would probably not give much counterplay. Up here would give a counterplay over to triple, maybe. Not really, because you're not going to have too many EF things there. But you got so many lanes right now as well that maybe keeping it closed isn't the idea. We should try to build a decent leaf so we can have good counterplay with the S that we have, because we're just not ahead by enough to be making small closing plays. Oh, also F is also a starting tile here. So we go like this, for instance. That does dangle the triple spot, though, with my opponent trying to play towards a bingo, and so that's probably not smart, but would be better than trying to play off both E's. So I'm thinking either this here or 5 up top, but either of them does open quite a bit. However, this has the benefit that a bingo spot would likely open up a second lane for me. Whereas the other spots, a bingo back in that position would close up. But it does dangle a triple, so I don't know about that. I like the leave better, though, because the B is going to be a burden otherwise. Let's just take it. This is something, right? F-thones? Am I thinking F-thanes, F-thenes? Let me think about that. No, I don't think so. It's there's something else I'm thinking of here. I don't know if there's a 7. F something. It's not F thone. It looks wrong now that I look at it. But you have the SH ending here, and I would burn an S on that. Oh, look at that. Okay, never mind. However, H also can go through here. So you can do something like this. I like that, 37. We should maybe look for a little longer, but I'm down on time. We're actually kind of an even game right now. I feel like we should just take the points and try to do a little better next turn. However, anything through the V or through the I? We haven't looked at this yet. Because I looks like the likeliest thing for an 8. Let's just look at the alphagram here. In case anything looks familiar. I don't think it looks familiar. Let's just take the points. Let's take the points. And draw entirely too many T's. Ninja. All right, we need to play off T's. There's nothing else we can do on a turn like this. However, do we want to close up? We can. We still have... After this, it looks a lot more closed. We have one lane that's basically through the A, or the S lane that's from O. But we need to manage the rack. Okay. This has to be something. This must be something. Recited. Doesn't go down. We should, of course, look at the A as well. Like, is there anything there? Anything? Even the J might even have something. Also, we shouldn't discount the possibility of an ending on the X as well, but that's a diester. And I see that just in time for this to go down. So let's see. Diester, recited. I think we just go diaster here and just dump it. It closes off the bottom. No, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. Okay. Dieters. We should look at the A a little more carefully. I don't know if we have something that will end all the way here. If it doesn't, we haven't looked at this stuff for so long. Readiest seriated. I think it's better to take this. Because even readiest doesn't close off the bottom lane. Let's just take it. F is still available for big F spot here, but most other things aren't too vulnerable. Oh, okay. I guess that happened. So yeah, actually playing through the A would have been better had we known that. But sometimes you just guess wrong, so what can you do? Probably just QIN here. I really don't think we're going to do better than that. Unless, oh no, we can just do QIN across here. 45, 36. Yeah, we should obviously take it. Better leave out of that as well, I think. Triple E over here. I didn't have any bingos earlier with the A, C, D, I, and RS rack. And just one Collins only double. Yeah, I guess maybe I wouldn't have seen it. There's a lot of Collins that I have not studied that systematically so far. We're very much out of practice with it. It's been a while since I played it over the board as well. Like the last time I played a Collins tournament over the board was quite some time ago. Maybe even almost 2 years ago. I was previously playing quite regularly with Collins players, but these days over the board, I'm mostly in the North American books. This is still actually a pretty close game. It's just that we're 4 minutes down, and 2 blanks are still available. 2 blanks are still available on a board with no lanes. Because it's really closed down now. I mean, you know, you're not going to end with a V. You might, if you're a good player, and these people are good players, get a 9 through here. If you're sitting on double blank and you have the time to look at it, you probably do look for a 9 through there. Because that actually looks like the spot with the best potential right now. But I think this is going to come down to a lot of scoring plays, and we don't have a good rack for that, obviously. So we're going to probably just do G over here and just kill that spot and rebalance. Now we have outlies. So if we are given some kind of miracle opening from a player who is slightly behind, then we'll take it. Again, we should not forget that X endings are theoretically possible. The double blank is still here too, you know. So with the U down, rather with the Q down, we'll probably play off the U otherwise, though. And yeah, so with the I here, we're unlikely to double an I through here, but you know, this is a lane that should not be ignored. But otherwise, the scoring plays at this point, and look at the available pool. The 2 blanks are obviously going to be big deciders here if the board miraculously opens up somehow. If, for example, my opponent is holding blanks and is tempted to create space. But notice that the only scoring tile in the pool right now is the Y. And there's no Y spot. That's going to kill that, so you know, maybe he's worried about lanes or just fishing around a blank. So yeah, we should try to play quickly. It is all about scoring spots at this point. I feel like with a blank on the board, we should not try to open up space around a V. My opponent is also trying to close up. I don't know. We really need to do something about this U, though. We need to see if there's anywhere to go with that. Maybe if something like a UA ending. I would like to get rid of the U. I just don't have a spot for it that doesn't massively open up the board in ways that we can't afford to do right now. 10 tiles in a bag. Oh, we're so far down on time, too. It's always such a problem for us. Yeah, we're so stuck with this U. I almost think we should just change it off, like change OU or something. But then, my opponent isn't going to give me anything out of that. And with a double blank available, like we're in this jam right now where I don't know how to keep the lead. Like if there's a way to go down to the V without opening, I'd like to take it. We have no time to look at this. Tootsie. We have no time. I can hope that my opponent is maybe drawing into the blanks and is willing to give me an opening to try to open space for himself. You have a situation where if he tries to open into the V here, maybe I get something, but then with 2 blanks available, it's very likely he gets counterplay on a triple. And so I'm hoping that we'll have someone make it a first move to unblock V's. This screams double blank to me. Like he had double blank and just had no space for it. This absolutely screamed double blank. Okay. Take 4 here, maybe? I would like to play off OT if I can. But we have nowhere to go. I guess I brought this on myself with the way we closed up, but we have no time. Toasty, odious. So who's going to make the first move to try to open up, right? Well, like we've got this tight game now where I've got a massive time disadvantage as well. So I can't actually map out the end game now, which is, again, a problem of my own making. Somebody has to make the opening. Maybe. Somebody is going to have to cave here. So why is the only scoring tile? My opponent very likely held double blank in the last turn. And is trying to bingo at this point, but has no lanes. I'm way down on time. Having Toasty and Odious available to me tells me that any kind of opening we will likely hit. We aren't going to hit it. Okay, never mind. Some openings we will not hit. We will go TI over here because it blocks like crazy. and we'll pick up the Y and hopefully get some kind of score off of it. So this spot is pretty natural. Oh, I like that. Look at that. 32 points off of that. We will go for it. If there are no bingo threats. And of course, with 2 in the bag, my opponent would pretty much have to fish to try to create the spot. But if we keep AYS, we can actually have a reasonable shot at winning. As long as we don't let my opponent open up a bingo lane. He has a very strong incentive to fish and open up. Although, from my opponent's perspective, he's also probably thinking if I can only open one lane, it's pointless because I can just block and return very easily. Because there's no real opening you can make that will fork properly. He can try to tempt me to take the spot while leaving this wide open, but if we can spot a block quickly, we'll take it. But we should try to keep AYS or EYS. Either one will do. Yeah, so he's going to play that off. And we need to read this quickly to see, does he have anything? I think blank would have to be E in order to finish over the R. I don't see anything, unless it's like Tungled or something like that. We don't care. We're going to take it. Do we want the E or the O? I have no time to decide. We have to take it. And if he plays bingo, we just challenge it and probably lose. I hope there isn't anything in there that ends with like ED or ET. The blank obviously has to be an E. A would also fit over the R. I guess O would also fit, but I don't think any of those will go. I'm reading the rec there, and I'm just making a decision that I don't think my opponent has it. And we just need to not completely blow this with the 13 seconds remaining because we don't actually have that much of a lead in terms of score. So, tricky situation. Very, very tricky situation. I'm glad I spotted this play because that's potentially a winning play if I can finish in time, which is not at all guaranteed right now. Let's do this. I don't have an out. Let's try to find the best E spot that I can. 3 points here, 4 points here. I mean, we don't have options. We just have to take whatever's available. 2 points here. This 4 points is the best one we can probably get. I don't think my opponent has an out. This spot he will not take, I don't think. This actually wound up being a great game despite how much time trouble I'm in at the moment. This wound up being a really, really interesting last couple of turns. Because, we have this situation where we're both looking at bingo-prone racks, but with absolutely no lanes, and nobody wants to take initiative, right? Because whoever takes the initiative to open potentially loses. And the score was close enough, right, that it's not like a clear decision from somebody who's ahead or behind. We have to take this. I don't know if he's got a T spot. We don't have enough time to look at it. We have to just take it. Whew. Yikes. 13-point win. Wow. That one was fun. That's the best game we've had today. And I'm not just saying that because we won. Although I'm glad for my dignity that we actually won a second game today. So we will get into round 8 soon. I believe that we are on some kind of temporary break, but I'm going to check the general chat in a moment just to be sure. So, because I will definitely need to step out for a moment just to refill a beverage or something. Okay, so it's actually going to be a 15-minute break, and we were the last ones to finish in the group. I'm just going to take a look at the current standings if I can. We will not be off stream for the full 15 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick 3 or 4 minutes. And then we'll come back and we'll see if we can step through some of the games. Certainly this one, at least, I think, because this one turned out to be really, really interesting. But let me just go back to the tournament page. And yeah, currently I'm at the bottom of the standings, but there are actually 3 players that are on 2 wins. So we'll probably get lots of repeats against them. And so yeah, we'll look at this for the time being. I will be right back in just a couple of minutes. And then we'll probably look at the last board because that was the most interesting one. Although looking at some of the losses might be much more informative as well. We've had a lot of close finishes so far. Pardon me. So, yeah, we'll be back in just a moment. Bottom of the standings right now, but not by much of a difference in spread, as you can see. That between the 2, or rather the 3 people with 2 and 5 records right now, we're all kind of within 40 to 50 points of each other. And so we will be playing with a lot of the same people, no doubt, just because of the way things have been shaking out. I believe, yeah, the format, as you can see on the right, is Swiss pairing for rounds 1 to 9, King of the Hill for 10 to 12, and so we'll definitely repeat against the same people over and over a few times. And we'll be right back in just a few. All right, so to continue where we left off, we are currently on break for at least another 7 or 8 minutes or so, and we'll just jump into a game when we have been invited into round 8. But we'll take a moment to look at some of the games so far. Definitely the previous one, I think, because that turned out to be very interesting. And I mean, we won't really be able to go through a sim or anything because we're not exporting this right now, but we can at least look at some of the available plays and see if there were alternatives that we should have been looking at. So let me just bring up the analysis at the moment and head back to the start of the game. So, yeah, maybe we play this a bit quickly. In terms of equity, it's about a 5-point difference. And this, of course, gives you a bit of an open board. Right off the bat. Myriad, Moodier. I don't think I would have known it necessarily. And so my opponent finds Veeler over here to stretch things out a little bit without letting go of the triple in that spot. Is my drawing tool on? Okay. And then, so there was a double through here. Oh, I think this was the one that Chess Bunzo mentioned earlier as maybe something that we didn't know. Let's take a look here. This is an instrument used in gem cutting. Let's do a quick lexicon check in our font here if I actually have symbols up. Yeah, that is Collins only. And no bingos and not that many good plays here. This is not too far behind some of the other plays, I guess. And at that point, we were definitely thinking about dangling the I and S on Cuddy, which we did make use of pretty soon after that. My opponent actually didn't see Jaxie here. Or maybe they did, but didn't want to have the X in that spot. But yeah, definitely just kind of keeping the J and the X at this point. I wonder why, because, not really much of a setup here, but I guess maybe it was just not wanting to give it a counterplay, especially because in Collins you have a whole bunch of other consonants that go ahead of the Y, and so you could actually have a pretty big play up here. Yeah, I didn't even think of the B hook down there, but I guess it wasn't relevant. And then, yeah, Pinkers, Perkins. Let's wipe the board here. Pinkers has a couple of different locations. I'm fine with what we took. Yeah, we didn't miss a double or anything. Except, of course, we left a Z bomb there. We actually should have looked at this a little more carefully and not left a Z bomb there. I mean, maybe that's still vulnerable to something here, but it's not nearly as bad as dangling this with Z unseen. Z is the main thing that would go there at that point. So unlucky for us, my opponent has 3 of the heavy hitters here and has lots and lots of options for using them. So with this kind of rack, let me just reset this. Oddly enough, yeah, the higher spot here would have been okay, just because of a lack of vowels, but we could not have known that. Vienna. And then we picked something really quite weak then. Well, I mean, this ended up being a really consequential play in terms of closing up the board with the V here and here, basically controlling the rest of the game. And it completely dominated the endgame that we had that situation with the double Vs. And look at that. My opponent just has so many options and elects not to take them. Interesting that exchange LNT into keeping all that stuff instead of playing something like Jinx. There's got to be something that he's going for here, because why would you keep JWX? Why would you keep that? There's something specific that's going on here, but I don't know. Maybe that's just, or maybe that was a mistake or something. That's such an obviously terrible exchange. I wonder if like the intention was to exchange JWX and my opponent just, did an inverted exchange by mistake or something. But that doesn't make sense because, you still got the S there. It might be just a case where on this kind of board, he's still thinking in scoring mode and wants to keep scoring tiles, knowing that bingo possibilities might be small. But the bingo possibilities are actually okay. I mean, you have lanes here, you have lanes here. I don't understand this exchange at all. I absolutely don't understand this because there's no setup for the power tiles right now. We might have to look at that. But intuitively, I don't understand that play. Like, that seems so suboptimal. I don't think simming would necessarily change that. A boon we just didn't know, and I don't think we'd open up that spot anyway. O was not that far down. It would have been nice to have a spot that got rid of the B. We were hoping to get rid of the B somehow, but we had considered that, but I didn't want to put the U there. And good thing that I didn't, because you have the X unseen for that situation. And I mean, I guess my opponent keeps scoring, so maybe there was something that he was going for, just play after play. But I don't understand this, right? Like, what is my opponent seeing here that is leading to keeping J and X? Is it just a reluctance to spend J and X too readily? Why wouldn't you score with this? I don't understand this play. It feels so weird because, why would you just keep that when the scoring spot isn't really obvious? Maybe there's a specific word that they're going for here, but those last 2 plays make no sense to me. I don't understand why you would just clock up the rack with JX the whole time. What happened on this turn? Yeah, we might not be able to step through the whole thing before we're called into the next game because we're starting in about another minute, I think. Pib here, it dangles the S, but we have the S, so I think it was kind of defensible. I wanted to get rid of the B, and I wanted to keep E, and I think that was actually the best option to do that. Equity-wise, I don't know if maybe... Well, I mean, we can look at a table here. It shows you that it's a little bit behind some of the plays where you do play off the E, so we might be overvaluing the double E here, as opposed to no E. Oh, I didn't even see the spot here. I know the word, it's just that it's... Oops. A hard thing to see with that Collins only Weize. Anyway, let's keep going here. So yeah, so finally my opponent is starting to play some of this stuff off. I just don't understand why did it keep that. So we actually did find a pretty good play here, one of the best. This unduplicates. So, but the leaves are actually about equally valued. Definitely at that point, in the back of my mind, I'm also thinking about the I as the available lane for IEST. So, okay, so my opponent's finally getting these down for some plays, but I feel like these clogged up the rack for some time. And then here we made a play that equity-wise is behind by about 6. I don't know if, like a lot of these other ones keep things closed up. This is actually, yeah, it's a spot we considered, but we... Oh, why did we go for taunt there then? Why didn't we unduplicate? I don't understand why I didn't, now that I look at it. I think I just didn't consider that play the way that I should have. We actually should have seen that, and we would have chosen that, I think, had I looked at it properly. To unduplicate. I think it's, well, we can look back at that and see equity-wise how much better it is. Because this is 27. Actually, it's only about a 2-point difference. Oddly enough. So maybe not that consequential, but yeah, WAP is going to be best by equity here. Keep some good tiles. We are being called into the next game, so we won't be able to see too much of this. I'm just going to pop through this here to see. Yeah, somebody missed out Drove. Oh, that spot's so hard to see, though. Yeah, it's a double blank bingo. No wonder he didn't see it, but that would have been a winning play. Anyway, we need to just play. I am going to get into the next game now because, yeah, we don't have time to look at it. Let's get in. Okay. And I will be first, and then do we have some way to actually stretch decay up to one of the doubles? If we don't, and then we'll probably, let me see. Ketol, I think, is good, right? Ketol, Ketol. If we want to play for points, that would be it. I don't think we have anything better in there necessarily. Let's just take it. We've been burning so much time. The double C is not great, but with the K on the board, well, unfortunately, we don't have anything that will actually get us there. Ooh, yucky rack over there on my opponent's side. We might actually just play down accent somewhere because I see it. But if we can do something smaller that keeps a better leave, you know, like Kaka somewhere. Unfortunately, this kind of gets in the way. Otherwise, I would seriously consider Kaka because you can't really parallel over that. The C does get dangled in a bit of a dangerous spot, though. Let me think about this. Yeah, C can go down here as well, but we don't have a good way to play around it. I'm seriously considering Kaka here. You know, worst case, I guess we have a triple through to C or something, but it gives me a reasonable leave. I don't see a really great alternative to that unless we just go like CAA. I guess it's a little bit more defended. That's 18. That's 13. Yeah. Aconite. So, okay, that paid off. If this goes down. Right now, the spot was just taken, but Aconite will just go through here. I think we definitely just take it immediately. I don't think there's really any question about this one. However, T does go on top for Taconite. My opponent probably knows that. So Aconite in this spot is vulnerable. But we have the T and we'll just have to take it first, I guess. I'm pretty sure Taconite is good. Yeah, so we should keep that in mind. We might want to take it pretty soon too. We want to dump vowel, so maybe we can do something up there. But yeah, I actually have some pretty serious vowel trouble right now, and unfortunately, a lot of these spots here do get me into a little bit of trouble with opening up massive consonant counterplay. But I think we want to kill the T spot when we can, or I can keep the T for it, but because yeah, we've spent 2 T's pretty early on, 3 T's in a bag. Maybe we can try to risk keeping it for a play, but you see, I'm just trying to think about what will try to unduplicate at least the eyes. So, oh, look at that, just dangling this over here. Wonder what that's all about. It signals that my opponent is very vowel heavy, and vowel heavy perhaps in a way that maybe this is actually safer than I think it might be. Because then we have a little bit of a better leaf that could potentially still tag the T on Taconite. And you have T spot over here as well. I mean, worst case, we get hit by the Q or the X in this spot, but, the play of OO here tells me that my opponent is just loaded with vowels and is, with a small play, probably trying to build towards something that's going to hit this hook. I'm just going to do it. Now, let's see if we can actually do something with the Z there. I think we'll probably just go... I don't know if we can actually land a Z on a double. Otherwise, we'll just go Zoot on top, I think. That seems pretty clearly best. Unless we have something... I mean, this also is down in the 40s or so. We should, of course, look at this carefully to see if there's a play that will get us either here or here. But I'm really thinking Zoot up top is the way to go. I better be right about Taconite. Okay, we've got some trouble here with the V. We'll probably just be dumping stuff with, Vulgo or something similar like that. This area here, of course, is still a bit of an issue. But maybe with you in second position, it's not that bad. With my opponent playing off 2 at a time, I feel like they're definitely kind of fishing around. Aghast, that seems like probably the kind of Collins thing, I don't know. Which is never a good reason to just, sit back and not challenge, but unless it's something really confident, I don't know if I want to give away points like that. Because I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, oh, these players are strong enough that like they're not going to mess around with high probability stuff, right? So and that does catch up most of the way. It does make me think about whether we have something that ends with U something like plug won't go there, gulp won't go there, something. I was thinking something UP. But we'll probably just try to dump off the V somewhere. I think we might have to leave that open, which I'm not happy about. But we have to do something about this V. If there's something else we can do with the V, like a VUG play somewhere, I don't know. I don't like leaving this open because, this does have a lot of counterplay. But we need to manage the rack. We might regret this immediately, but we're still about 30 ahead. We still have the P for this spot here. We still have the P, mind you, for above the U as well. Yeah, and so my opponent is also going to try to do some rack management over that spot. I feel like at this point, we can do something like purge, even purge if we really want. Pearls if we really want to go down like that. I like this best. 28, 36. Although this kind of restricts a little bit as well, I guess. The thing I'm considering, though, is that L is still helpful here for Moyle. And we might be underrating that, but I feel like we need to kill this spot with something. And this is somewhat defended against bingo counterplay. Yeah, we'll just take that. Oh, look at that. Do we have something that will go through here? Also Q. We have a Q spot over here. That is still massively open. We're not going to burn a blank on it. We're just going to take it with 30 if it's still open. We're not going to get rid of the Q and the J at the same time, I don't think. So we just have to take it. It will totally show that I don't have an I or, in some sense, even an A. However, if we can burn the blank to have something that stretches all the way down, we should take it. But the only thing that would be there would be like QAIDS. I don't think we want to burn a turn to fish for that. I think we want to just dump the Q right away and take the 30. It's too bad that we're so close to having a 100-point mega play here, because we really just needed an A or an I to hit that with cutties. Or Cades, rather, QAIDS, Cades. Because we burned a blank on Cades, that would absolutely be worth it. That would be something like 100-ish points, but we just don't have that right now. So I think it's just going to be the Q for 30, and that's going to be the play. That's if it remains open. I don't really expect it to remain open. I feel like that's easily one of the biggest hotspots on the entire board right now. So let's just think about this and see where things go. I don't know that I have a good second choice with a Q if that does not go down. Currently, notice also that all the U's have been spent. We should look at this spot too in case something would go down. But it seems kind of critical to observe on this board right now that we're holding a Q in a situation with no U's. And Or howd. Or howd. I don't know. I'm looking at my opponent's rating and thinking, is he really going to mess around with stuff like this? I think the point still stands that we still take the Q for 30, and then we can still keep it a relatively even game. I think we take it. And then we figure out what to do to... Yeah, I think best choice over here is to burn the S, if that remains open. I do not expect it to remain open because it is, once again, when you have a board where you have the obvious hotspot, it just gets taken, right? But that will be first choice if it's available to us. I really do not think it will be available to us. I think it's going to go. But let's think about this. Oh, okay, it's not going to go. Okay, then we obviously take it. Rabbi with 1B? Yeah, I guess it would be... I don't know, that's not really a hook word. But I don't know. The only phony anybody pulled on me today was FIDE, like FIDE, and we should have absolutely caught that. But I just didn't look at it carefully. Okay, we have a bingo rack. It will hit. It will hit. It's just a matter of figuring out what we hit with. Ideally, we hit something on either triple, but I would need to look for it. There are actually lots of choices for that, I think. Like grenades or, I don't know. Obviously, we can... And, you know, we have lots of choices down here as well. We will hit a bingo this turn. But yeah, something like endeared here kind of closes off as well. Deers, rather. But first choice should be to maybe go left on the S if we can. The rationale for going left is that even though these lanes remain open here, we're not dangling something over here. If you go right, you restrict this position a little bit, but these lanes are still wide open. Obviously, the continuation to that triple is wide open. So I see something like grenades. We can land something with the D on this spot. That's a lot better. But we'll see if I can actually find that. We're not going to mess around with it too much. Otherwise, grenades, you know, doesn't open the valve here. That's a strong consideration. It doesn't open it here either. So I'm not going to be too picky about landing the D in that spot, I think. And Zigzy, welcome so much with the raid. Thank you. I give you a big shout out. And you came here from chess. Hope you had a good time over there. And yeah, Zigzy, it's been quite a long time. I don't know how long. It says you've been following here since 2021, so it's been a while, but yeah, welcome back. Okay, so that spot's going to get killed. That's okay. That means he sees the threat. That's fine. That means we think about how to best close off. So now, unless you're looking for nines, this space here is restricted. So we want to think about whether we go to here or here. We'll take whatever is most defensive. There probably are ways to play through this as well with a 9, but I'm not very good at looking for 9s, to be honest. So, yeah, you would not have something like an NESS ending. We don't quite have what we need for something like readiness or anything like that. I don't think we'll waste time on it, because time has been such a problem for me. So let's think about what we want to do. Also, if we can have an S start over here, I don't think, though, that we have something that would go down, though, if we have an S at the beginning. So I'm looking at endears. We are looking at whether there's maybe something that would tag the S on meats. And deers really kind of closes off quite a bit. This might be better, though, because it lands a deer on a triple like that. I like that better. Doesn't dangle as many vowels, gets a few more points. I think we should just take it. I don't want to waste too much time. V and X available. Vexed is a pretty good spot to go, unless, of course, we want to just double this, which we might actually want to do. Is there a threat off of the I that we're worrying about after that? Yes, there is. We'd be worried about the M. But there's no O to worry about for XO. So we might just want to go with that. We might even just want to tag the S there, because the S closes that off and makes it difficult to parallel at that point, and it gives us a lot more points. We need to draw some vowels into this, though, or the V is going to kill us at the very end of the bag. Actually, no. There's one vowel in the whole bag. We need a backup plan for the V. If we don't have a backup plan for the V, we cannot play this. There's no A, though, to go over the X for axis, but we don't want to lose to a V stick, so we need to think, do we actually have a spot for the V? If we don't, I think we can't play it. Unless we're really gambling. But if we're ahead by enough points, then I think maybe we can actually stay ahead even if it is a V stick. Maybe we just soak the V. But that is very risky. But as you can see, even though there might be words like, well, rhythms isn't available, but we have a massive consonant problem at the end of this game. Absolutely massive consonant problem. We do have a V spot just next to Vex. I wonder if my opponent will see it, or see it as something that needs to be blocked, or will still be sensitive to the risk of drawing his own V. We are hoping that this will not be taken, because then what we can do is play out a V here, possibly with a T next turn. Let's take the points. So we really need to get rid of the V. That is top priority at the moment. You see a second spot for the V. Well, we'll see. We absolutely play this. And yeah, both of us will just have to soak this situation from here. I don't know if we have a good point for NTH. Because that's one of the things that we would be looking for over here. I had vest on the bottom as a backup. Oh yeah, okay. I didn't actually see that. I've been having a lot of time trouble in the games today, and so in some places maybe I've been not looking very carefully. This is a natural spot for GHI. That's probably one of the better ones that we can take. We have nothing that can double with the H over here, but the H is something that can go under the C. We probably can't get any kind of out in two. We just need to stay ahead in points. I think we can stay ahead in points. I really don't think that there's much that my opponent can do at this point. Sometimes I just don't look for the common words. Yeah, very much so. Easy to get a bit of tunnel vision, but the fact that I had two completely separate spots for the V does make the X play here absolutely correct, I think. And dumping the S there immediately also absolutely correct. Like, we just needed to stay ahead on points and not mess around too much. My opponent also has an S. I don't know how many points they can make up with that. I think we should pretty clearly have the win at this point, unless we have a big problem. The S there, again, the case for making the S there was to stop any kind of M play down here, because an M play there would have been probably 40-something points and absolutely just would have killed us. And so, yeah, A and N over there. I think at this point we can just play through this and play for points without worrying too much. But let's be careful. I don't think I'll get a spot for NTH, but if we do this, we won't be able to play out in 2, I don't think. I don't see a path that's out in 2. But, well, let's think about this. Obviously, after that, we would try to follow up with something like pinned. But again, we just need to stay ahead at this point. I'm looking at whether maybe there's something that will go through here. But I don't think we'll get it. So let's take this. And yeah, you were saying something about vid. No, we really wanted to dump as many constants as we can, though, because we knew that there was only one valve remaining in the pool entirely, and so I knew I was going to have trouble just getting tiles off my rack in the last few turns. And we would not have wanted to be stuck with a double T. So definitely, like, other than Vexed, we would consider Vest. I mean, the thing about the V, though, because the V doesn't take any 2-letter tiles, you can get into the same kind of situation as the Q, where if the opponent knows that you can be denied a spot to play the V, then they can slow play for points and recover a ton of point spread on the last few moves. Because they know they can just take all their time they want to optimize every single play, right? And so, yeah, Elm over here, we totally didn't think ahead to what my next move would be. Oh yeah, Pen over here. I don't think we have an out. So we'll just take the points. Does my opponent even have a place to go RS? Because I'm not convinced they do, right? In which case we might even have an outplay with a T if we can find one, which I'm not sure we can do. Taka is good. T over here. This would go. That's 8 points. Second choice would probably still be just something like 3 or 4 points somewhere else. I actually think my opponent is in a situation where they can't play off RS. Oh yeah, they played off S for spend. We don't care. We'll just take Taka and finish. Weird ending. Good thing I noticed that we were so consonant starved at the end. But yeah, so we're going to get into round 9 pretty much right away. So finally got another win. Let's update the record. We've been struggling today, so thank you for the GG. And my opponent's waiting. They've been turning over these rounds really fast. We've played this fellow here 2 or 3 times already today. And we've been dueling. I will be going second. So yeah, Mang, welcome as well. Hope you've been doing all right. they've been going really quickly, so I haven't really had time to step back into analysis. A good number of the games have been close. Two of the games we had massive losses to opponents' scores of over 500. One of them we made a very, very critical error in, where I misplaced a two-letter word and got stuck with a Q for longer than we should have. Let me take a look at this. Without an N on the board, we're not doing much with the G. I want to see, just briefly, if we have something to go through here. If not, that's okay. C is going to obstruct this, because without an H, you just don't play parallel to it. So we might go parallel with something like this instead, like mag or something. We'd have to be careful, though, not to leave a huge opening. I'm liking that, unless we can find something that goes double-double. And we might, like with an IA ending. So close to something like Magnolia. So close. But no cigar. This is something. This is one of the really famous non-bingo racks, actually, I think. Unless it's something in Collins. It might be. But maybe there's something. So this is the kind of rack where you want to look for it. Oh, we have foliated. So foliated will be first choice unless we find something through the C. I know in the usual dictionary play, at least in the North American dictionary, which has far fewer words, this is one of the famous racks that is high probability but gives you nothing. We should absolutely look at whether there's something off the C. Can you say plays that I missed after my turn? Yeah, you can, as long as they're no longer available. As long as they're not plays that I can still consider. And if you don't know where potential plays might be able to go, sometimes it might be hard for you to determine whether that's the case. So if you're not sure, then don't say it. But if you think that I just no longer have the tiles to do anything like that, then yeah, go ahead. All right, so we have foliated available if my opponent leaves the spot. If we don't have it available, then we have to think about something else. It will be available. And now it's going to dump a massive spot over here, so maybe we should consider whether we have something safer. Or for that matter, something through T, or C rather. I don't think I'll waste time on it. Let's take foliated. Okay, very nice. Q with blank. I feel like we actually have potentially, so I see Aquarin. If we have an A or U to play through. We don't. So Aquarin is one that I see. There's probably quite a lot else that we can do as well with QU. This is almost certainly something. Oh yeah, we actually do have an A for Aquarin. It would totally dangle an S spot here, which is terrible. So maybe we should reconsider that, but I'd probably still take it. But I should actually look for a better spot if we can. If we have an ing ending, do we need a U? There's almost certainly a much better play available. But we're not going to be too picky about it. If we don't see a bingo spot, we'll just likely play off QI here and go for bingo next turn instead, because we're very close to doing so. We're taking it. Do we really want to do this with the S being such a threat? Because that could be, 100 some point play down here. It'll be very hard to block. Let's take a moment. Let's look a little more carefully. Let's look just a little bit more carefully. But, I mean, blank has to be U, so... Let's see. Let's take it. Well, let's take a look at a T here and E here. I think we take it. I don't like the S risk, but I rarely get to play this word, so we'll do it. I don't like the S risk though. We have to kill it as soon as we can. We likely kill it by just doing something up here that would prevent a major parallel. And even so, the S would be able to do it on here. So we want to play through here with something really blocky. 67 points is okay for a bingo. It's a sort of mid-range. It does leave massive counterplay. And my opponent just played off 2 tiles, which sometimes is a signal that my opponent is trying to balance towards a big comeback play. Because, when you just play 2 tiles for very few points, so in that case 14 points, it usually means you're rebalancing and you're trying to draw to something that you're very close to. Yeah, but you're quite right that, the second place play would have been Q for something like 20-something points, and then I would have a very high probability of getting something after that. But, wow, burning the blank on that, really? Burning the blank on that for 33 points? They must have been really stuck. Like, why wouldn't you just go jut here, right? I would not have done that. Like, you want to play JUT, you play jut here, you still get 20-something points. I always wonder if this was just a mistyped blank there, because, like, why would you ever do that? I guess it opens it up a bit. But why wouldn't you just put juts here, right? Like JUTS here. That play makes no sense to me. If you want to spend a blank, like, just play over here, right? Or even hit with a J. Anyway, let's not criticize our opponent too much when we're trying to win. We want to probably use the V here to obstruct a little bit here. I don't understand that play at all. Like, that. Yeah, so close to something like Invader. But we'll just block over here. Probably, it still is vulnerable to something like S something, or even SA. But other than that, it mostly kills the spots. I wonder if I can get just a little further with that. We'll just take it. I don't understand that play. I feel like my opponent maybe was just kind of visualizing the blank as an N already and just mistyped it in thinking that they held a real N or something. That's something that can happen in online play sometimes, where you sort of visualizing the blank as a certain tile and you forget that it's the blank, and then you just type it in mindlessly. But no way do I do that. Like, with these exact tiles, with these exact 4 tiles, J, T, U, and blank, there's so many better plays. I absolutely do not understand that play. I feel like it's just a straight up mistake. But anyway, we should, not gloat about it. We should keep in mind that I'm still trying to win here. So D is dangling here. I do want to take this spot here at some point, but I don't think this is the turn to do it unless we have a very clear idea of what we're doing, because we should just try to obstruct here a little bit. This doesn't really obstruct, like, it opens up the E spot here, but I think we just take the points and Reroll. Okay, this is great. This is something. Sorbent. Sorbent. Through something like A, you get baronets and such as well. Currently, sorbent is not going to go down, but that's because we were deliberately blocking. And if we... I'm just trying to see, like, we still have the possibility of putting the S through here as well if we want to go with something. Baronets. There's got to be something else in baronets, right? Bornites is really I. I'm just wondering if there's another one in baronets. Baronets. Got to be something else in baronets. With an A in a later position. Let's put this in this order, because baronet is with reboant, but reboant, I think, is not a noun. I don't think it's a noun anyway. Because, like, reboant, baronet, I don't know if there's another one in there. I think we take Bornites. And we would have to put it through the I. Whoops. I don't like this, but we're way ahead. I wonder if there's another one that takes the takes this a little further as well. I don't know if there's another one in Bornites, but again, we don't know this lexicon that well. So this does open up a bingo spot here as well. So these are still kind of vulnerable. Let's rethink for just a moment. It would be nice if I had something else that would go through here. But I don't want to burn too much time looking at it like we've been doing. I think we just take Bornites. Oops, keep misaiming this. Okay. Y would go down here onto B, but we don't have anything that really reaches. There's something like Unity doesn't quite go. Untidy, we don't have. But we do have this spot here. Or something like Heine. And that hits hard. Finally getting some lucky bounces in some of these games. Also, notice that this B spot would have been good for the Y as well. It's still an open lane for something like an E ending, likely an E ending, or an ES or ET or something, or ER. We will not really see that until we get rid of some of this stuff. I would like to play off the W and U. Now, W and U are difficult to play off together. But we will try to make it happen. Like, if we can find a place for WAUR, we'll take it. But we don't really have a good spot for that right now. Lawns and Venus. I don't really know lawns. I don't really want to mess around with. I guess it's 5-point challenge. But like, I don't quite have the psychology down for 5-point challenge because we've only played a couple of Collins tournaments in the past. Also, I feel like this eye here has reopened the possibility of some kind of S risk down here. It's not going to be a bingo risk anymore, but it'll still score a ton. If we don't do something to obstruct it first. I might just go WUD over here because this actually obstructs this lane. It also kills to D lane. It gets rid of W and U. I actually really like it. 7 points. We're so far ahead, we should take it. This rack actually looks like it's something. Extractor, well, no, we don't actually have enough to play through. We need to play through 2 tiles for that. We should definitely still look at stuff like this, though. Is Heine not a word? Oh, is it really not? Okay. Oh, I was thinking of honey with just like justy. Oh, yeah, okay. That's the first phony I've gotten away with today, actually. I did give up one phony earlier. It's not like last time. Last time I played this tournament, I got away with a ton of stuff. I played Sexpat when I could have just played Expats. And that was one of the better ones I've played. You're thinking Haya was to play. Yeah, okay, yeah. I should have taken the time to look at that. I didn't really even question this, to be honest. That's okay. We got away with one. We've been getting away with stuff this game, I guess. Anyway, here, there is an X spot over to U. Nothing will go on top of the X, so this totally shuts down after that if it is open. So I think the play here is definitely racks. And yeah, UV over here, nothing's going to go there. You're not going to have any decent endings on that side. So I'm not worried about it. I think we absolutely go racks over here. There's still 2 S's available in the bag, and you know this is still going to be a big play when it goes down. And I'm sure my opponent will notice it at some point, but they've been making some slightly nonsensical plays this whole time. But I don't know. Maybe I just come from a different mentality from some of the players in this tournament because they're very strong. The field on the whole is above me in word knowledge. I feel like I have a disadvantage, particularly because of being weak in this lexicon. But in the few times that I've looked over the games, I feel like some of the opponents have done some things that are strategically a little bizarre. And maybe it's just that they, you know, value certain considerations differently than I do. But we are not going to take debate to open this up. Not doing it. We will play somewhere else instead. 2 Ps are still available, by the way, on this side. So we will think about that. If we can just kill this somehow, that would be nice. But there isn't a good way to do it because there are lots of things that will just go see something IT, for instance, and end there. Obviously, we sort of kill the C idea if we have something that goes down to it, but I don't think we do. We can also have something that ends with O down here as long as we're careful not to open up too much. Oh, we also have this spot here. Maybe we just do something here. You'd have to end with the EH, though. I don't want to burn the other O, I don't think. We have to watch our time, also. Let's think about this for a moment. H is available over here as well. If we just want to, go THO or something. I don't remember if that opens up any hooks that we're worried about. We don't want to really dangle a T down there either, though, because we... Yeah. That opens up stuff like the. I'm just looking at the pool here. I think it's actually mostly safe. It's actually worse to open up a T over there with something like hot. Anyway, we have something like, I don't know, Fritz at some points or. Okay, let's see about this. Because I think we can probably just have some kind of big Z play. Maybe. Like Zerk. Zerk, is that good? That's gotta be good. I think it's good in both Lexica, actually. So yeah, my opponent had a hard time in this game. Like usually players at this level, you don't see them dangle around 200s. But on the other hand, burning a blank on the end there, I don't understand that. Oh, I didn't even look at the S. I was thinking the whole time, that's not an S hook. I actually didn't even look at it. The whole time I was thinking, oh, this is safe. Like, we're not going to have the S hook. And then I can't believe I let them get away with that. But I think I was sort of having my mind on the counterplay with the Z. I didn't even think the challenge. Yeah, no, I know it's not good with the S. I know it's not good. I just didn't look at it. Yeah. I've had a couple of things like that today where we just have visualization issues where, earlier today I had this massive Q-bomb play that I was too eager to take, and I accidentally put NI on the board and it got challenged off. I think it was against this opponent, in fact. There's the P spot over there. I don't think we're going to play off the F with it as well. This is going to be 20 minus 8. That's going to be plus 12. It doesn't matter at this point. We're doing so well. I guess maybe if we have FAP over here, 16, that's also a plus 12. I think we just take this. Yeah, there isn't a better scoring spot for the Z, but it's one of those things where maybe the tempo would matter. And yeah, finally Acorns goes down after all this time. I think this is almost certainly this. Oh no, we have a better spot down here for the F and out. And so we, on one hand, yeah, so two phonies on this, Heine and those, which, like I said, I played at THO thinking, oh, the hook isn't going to be a problem because I think the only one I saw was N. Like I saw one N in the pool at a time. I was thinking, yeah, probably not too much of a bingo risk, and we're so far ahead anyway. And I played this thinking, like, this isn't going to be hooked. And then I just took it anyway, so. But that was my biggest win of the day, so we will take it. We had a mix of luck, and I think my opponent made some very clear misplays that time, so. We're going to get into the last 3 rounds with, I think, the King of the Hill pairing. And we'll probably see this guy again because our record has been down near the bottom today. This is the player we had 2 plays ago. We have Codeine. I don't know if it will go down because the C it can be a little bit awkward. There will probably be some 8s that we want to consider here as well. But Codeine, I think, is the only 7 I see. So if you have like an R and you have something like recoined, that's got to be good. Recoined. Coiners, recoins. And then probably some other things as well if you see them come down on the board. I will continue to look for that. Obviously, if we have an S, we just put codeines on it. Jiggy, and yeah, we have no spot for this stuff. So yeah, the codeine's not going down. But do we have something with the ing? I don't think so. We probably just take joined here, actually, and just smack that J. Again, I was thinking, is Jiggy even good? I'm gonna do. It's a 5-point challenge. It's probably good, but yeah, it's good. Okay, because I guess you can get Jiggy with it or something. Codeine still doesn't fit over to double double here, but does something else fit over to double double? Let's see. I'm not going to mess around with it too much. I think we'll just probably just take joined and stretch out a bit. Bicycle. It'll be cool if we can get it. A bicycle fits over the B over here. Oh, let's put on the grid. Bicycle fits over here. It, of course, is very vulnerable to hooks. So if we have a different spot for it, I should take a different spot for it. But we're also not going to be fussy about it. Unless we have something that... okay, bicycle down here, maybe. Hang on. I like it because look at that. The C obstructs the triple here. It actually doesn't matter where we place the C. Well, it does matter for score, but we want this for score. But it doesn't matter in terms of position because the C obstruct. I really like that. And yeah, Lucas says hi. Gurkowski, welcome as well. Right, I forgot about thou actually, Zigzy, when I was looking at the THO. I saw the N and I couldn't remember if it was Collins or both lexica because I just think of it as the French word for tuna, right? Genocide was there. Well, count on us to not see the genocide, right? Cosmins. Yeah, this player's too strong not to know that. Yeah. Way too plausible. Let's see here, because this is another one of those racks that's really close to something. Yeah, that pulls way ahead after we had just dropped bicycle there too. And let's see. This was the player that I had to... no, not the weird blocky endgame. The other endgame 2 games ago, earlier. Anyway, let's not get too distracted by that. I need to think about actual play. I think we just probably do something small here and just go Gox. And just try to keep our powder dry for other plays after that. Still a bit Val heavy, but I think we just have to do it. And not burn too much time. So yeah, Gurkowski, it's been such a long time. I hope you've been doing well. We should... oh, I was about to say, think about something that would have the F ending there, but we will not get it. At this point, we want to just do something to dump the U, probably. We should think about... no, we don't have an O for this spot here, so that's not going to go. I need to think about this carefully. Do we have something that would have the U beside a G? Not really. But what about here? I guess it would open up parallels next to the F if we do that. Let me just think about that. Because I'm thinking FUD, or that actually leaves way too many vowels, but maybe we might be overvaluing that. It's not that vulnerable to the parallels on the side, though. But if we can get another tile down somehow, or adjust that for... we'll take it, and we'll have rainier. Doesn't go down anywhere. All right. But maybe something will open. Probably not, because my opponent's so far ahead. Yeah, that will just go down and hit me for 37, which is about the worst case there in that spot. We need to unduplicate some of this stuff. We might even just go, no, we won't go rainy down there. It's just weak. But we do need to think about opening. It's very tempting to just lock up with a parallel down here, but I don't think that really gets anything done on a board. You would still be thinking about a vowel start here. You would still be thinking about, vowel starts over here. Yeah, maybe it's viable. Oh, wait, no. BEA is not good. What were we thinking about? There's something... Maybe... Yeah, I don't know about dumping the E there. But A is a pretty good starting tile for other bingos. I just don't know if we... Oh, we didn't even look at the G spot here and the G spot. Could we find a G spot? Nope, no, we can't find anything on there. So, yeah, I think maybe we do go with that. I don't really like it, but we're burning so much time. We're 4 minutes down. Some of these players are pretty fast, so. And yeah, Meng's still making Mario levels sometime. Zigzy, you're saying Argufied. I don't think I knew Argufied. On belts, yeah, that's definitely good. This is a very familiar rack. Again, we need to think about the ing ending. I don't think we have anything there, though. We are looking at the y ending as well for, thinking ity or something. We should look at the un start, but that would go under y if we have something with un. I feel like this is such a familiar rack. We should look at the e. And of course, anything like an ISH ending. Either that or we're just going to go probably like huts here. Huts as opposed to something like Hun, because the T ending might be better for bingo potential. But we need to really think about this. Not quite something like your reason or... I bet we're missing something big. Also, we still have our notes from the first rack. We should get rid of that stuff. I feel like I've been having a lot of trouble seeing... I don't like killing the S spot here, but at least we still take the T spot here. I feel like I've been having a lot of trouble seeing 8s lately for whatever reason. We just haven't really been working on that stuff. But I would not be surprised if I missed something on that rack. Would not be surprised at all. Having the S here does allow me to potentially play off the I in the spots. Ooh, look at that. That's suspiciously fishy. Well, no, it's 24 points. It probably is like a decent play. But so let's see. Not much that'll go over here. We could maybe try to extend upwards with something like parish or something just to give us some space. Keeps NIE is not terrible. It does open up some space. Paintier would have been good if we had a T to play through. Gotta check we have something like with the IA ending. We are burning way too much time. We need to quit doing this. This is like eyeliners if you have multiple E's to play through, which we don't. There's something here. There's something here. There's this saying that I've heard where, if you have a Y, then the rule of thumb is that you do have a bingo in your rack and you just can't see it. But I don't see anything that's like a 7. I'm just trying to see. Like we are so close to something like eyeliners, right? But it's not quite right. We want to dump the U somewhere then. We're just so far behind. I think this does take the S, so we want to maybe keep that. With the Y in play, we just have trouble reaching something like the T, I think. I don't think we will see that. We're burning too much time. Like, play it off for 1? No, that's ridiculous. Well, unless we have a really good reason to fish. Like, if we want to fish, we want to do it in a way that's going to open up. So, something like Dewey over here, if we have a good way to follow that up, then we can at least open that spot, right? Like it creates a lane. Maybe. I mean, it also means that the E here is not usable, so I just don't see the possibilities here. We might just go like this. No, but it blocks off the S spot, so maybe that's not great. Yeah, Grakowski's, you're always amazed at how many words you've never heard of when you play or watch Scrabble. Yeah, we all understand that feeling. I keep the E. We're burning so much time. I'm so far behind at this point, too. I need to just play. I don't know if we can afford to just fish one, though. I guess what we do here, it just blocks the other S spot, though. I just don't like it. Because it's not like our rack is that good, right? We'll do it. Okay, actually, good move, maybe, because we have nailers, renails, aligners. We've actually seen this rack before in this stream. I'm just trying to think about whether it was something down to T, like Larniest. I think Larniest might be good. Because it's one of those that's in the whole latrine set, right? Like, etc. I think, well, we'll compare plays because, if you have something like his 79, the 77, and that keeps openings alive. So it's probably better because then you don't have as many spots to deal with up here. If the bottom right is taken, this turned out to be a good play because then we could just go aligners over here. I should look at whether there is something through the U, but we should not spend too much time on it. Curvy. Yeah, so we want to keep lanes as open as we can, which means we're going to take, I'm sure Larnius is good. And we have to do it quickly. The racket, or rather the tile pool at this point is not very bingo friendly, though. You'll notice that. Tons of duplication with the A's and the T's. The V is still alive to block things up. The Z is something that has scoring potential, but I don't know where it would realistically go. There isn't really a hot spot for it at the moment, I think. You know, maybe there are possible plays through here. We also have, like, look at how many A's are stuffed at the end. There's 4 A's unseen. We have 3 A's on our bag, on our rack right now, rather, which means in the last few turns here, we're seeing 7 of the 9 A's in the game come out, all at the end. And yeah, I really don't know where we would even go with stuff like that. I feel like, I mean, we're kind of within 60 points. We are potentially able to do something here. I think MMA is good in Collins. There's a whole set of those, like FAA, MAA, CAA. But that doesn't score very much. We want to probably hit something a little bit better. Oh, and unfortunately, Z is going to go down over there. I think we just go over here and just take points. I was about to say, I don't think we can win at this point, but we actually are so close to something. Too bad we don't have the E for something like tremolo. Not that it would go down. We would need something like an A or E ending down here. Motorola is unfortunately not going to be playable. Not that is a word. Yeah, so my opponent at this point is just kind of blocking spots. 4 tiles left in the bag. We can maybe play this off. It does kind of obstruct the P lane though, so it leaves 1 lane available, which is very easy to block. Notice that if my opponent is not holding the V, that they actually do have some bingo potential on their side as well, which we need to be mindful of. But we basically need a sort of scoring play plus bingo at this point to catch this. I don't like how it blocks off the P lane. I think it's too easy to stop. But we might not have much of a choice. Particularly because we're so far down on time. Let's, I actually can't even remember if OK is good in Collins or if it was, yeah, I guess it caught up to all the words that were specific to NWL, where the American Dictionary got a little bit ahead. If we can find a good way to open up, but there would be nothing except the E that goes on top of MO. Because otherwise I would strongly consider just opening more lanes, but then we would be deliberately trying to draw the E for that, which maybe we should be doing anyway. Because that gets 11 instead. This big sacrifice, 11-point sacrifice. I mean, you know, for a second bingo lane, maybe it's worth it. Maybe we do want to move it a bit out of the way. The only thing that will go on top is the E, though, so let's give ourselves some flexibility. We will not get it. We will not get it. And in fact, my opponent looks like they might be holding something. But yeah, I mean, you know, if we're playing for spread, we just take the points over here, but then that would likely lose just because we would lose the right side lane for sure. And yeah, we should have thought once again about what I was saying about so many T's in the bag, that it was not unthinkable that we would draw so many of them. Once Ionian, yeah, it takes the A in front actually, Ionian. And my opponent's holding RAV for quick outplay. We have 40 seconds, so we just need to take something like right now. Like, what do we even do? Like, nothing goes on top here except for more T's. So yeah, we just need to do this. Hang on, we're losing this one, so Spirit Wolf, welcome. Zigzy, you were saying if I wanted to get rid of OM, I had MO with Emus and Han, which scores 21. Sorry, I don't actually see the spot at the moment. I need to look around for a moment. AMUS, you mean joining an A and a U? Where was that? I have to look around for that. Oh, here. Yeah. That's right. I was thinking of trying to open a second lane, though, and I was thinking that leaving the P is not enough because it is easily blockable in play. So I was specifically trying to draw into E for some kind of continuation. But you're right. This scores quite well. This scores about the same, but blocks completely. But I basically needed some kind of miracle draw with the E at that point. And I saw that as the only realistic path. So that was the thinking there. Even if I had seen this, I don't know if I would have taken that. Because like it's very easy to just block both, right? This just kills the P lane straight up. I don't actually know if I have an out with these tiles. But again, at this point, we're just trying to survive the ending here. You know, like we'll probably just take 13 there or something small. And miss something much, much better, I'm sure. Like AT here gives you how much? 12. Can you be a bicycler or are you just a bicyclist? I think you're just a bicyclist. Very, yeah, we'll pass. And then we'll take the loss. Definitely a couple of slightly moments there, and time trouble. Like, I think by the time we were doing stuff like Parish, we were really starting to hit time pressure. Oh, Raka is not good. Why did I think it was good? I would have looked at hooks on AKA as well. So yeah, so this is the only invalid word in this game here, RAKA. I didn't even think about it. Okay, we're at 4 and 6, 2 more games to go. And yeah, it's waiting for the whole group to finish right now, I think, because we are just going to wait for the pairings, since pairings are done round by round at this point. So we're, oh, actually, the call for next round has come up already. So I think we'll just get into the next one right away. Yeah, we did find a good spot for bicycle, Cosmins. I missed a good spot for Axoid here. Oh, yeah, we just didn't look at this properly. So we should have inspected that a bit more carefully. Argufied, yeah, this was the turn where we were saying it was Argufied. I just really did not know it. And it is good in both. So I should have known it, but it's one of those where, you know, it's far down enough from probability that maybe I just didn't see it. And we are just going to go into the next round. We don't have time to look at it. They move fast in this group, which they kind of have to with 12 rounds. So let's go to round 11. It's going to be another rematch because we must be pretty far down. We can just go Prance probably, and unless I want to do some kind of exchange into it, we can also go Prance down here, but then that's vulnerable to extensions. I don't know if we have a better option here. like, Penner or something, Kenner. I think I'd rather go Prince. Maybe that's the kind of rack that you should exchange into in the first play, keeping like CANER or something like that, but or even just NAER. But we haven't really metagamed that out. So at least we got some wins today. We got off to a really bad start on the first half of the tournament, essentially. Before we started drawing well in a couple of games in a row. And of course, there was that really spectacularly blocky endgame where, as it turns out, my opponent missed the double blank bingo that would have been a winning play in a very tough spot in what looks like a completely shut down board. That was round 6, I think. Easily the most interesting game that we had today. Because it was one of those where everything was closed and nobody wanted to open. Let's see if we can. I kind of want to do this, but of course that's an X-bomb waiting to happen. If we can do something else to maybe tag the W over here instead. Whoa, hang on. Like in this spot, we'll take it. Maybe that's a lot better. But we are, of course, looking at the MAN ending and the OUT start as well. But it's very easy to overvalue keeping that. But I think we should just take the points, whatever. And yeah, Luca, welcome. We want to dump things. We have things like Tenuto, but that keeps the O. Zeal over here doesn't score too much, but well, it scores 30 on the 33 on a triple. Let's see. And yeah, you're quite right that looking for the prefixes and suffixes is typically the way to go with bingo finding. But again, you have to be confident in the word itself, right? So let's see. I really want to, first of all, duplicate and get rid of some of this stuff. We need to think about this. Do I have something that would end in the Z? Too bad we don't have an R for something like trues over here. And actually, Owo is good, isn't it now? Owo and Uwu are both good now, I think. Uwu, definitely. Owo, I can't quite remember, but I think it is. It's one of the new additions. We've been on Twitch long enough that we should know this kind of stuff. Yeah. Then we need to deal with all this stuff here. Because we have a rack that looks like poo. And I think probably the spot that we want to look for. Let's see, because I'm thinking that we want to do something like getting rid of the OOP. I don't know if we have a good spot for it. We should also look at sixes down to the M. We don't really have anything good there this turn, I don't think, but yeah, this is also one of those wrecks that feels close to something. We're not for the double P. Like the double P is obviously a bit of a drag. I'm trying to think. I know OUP is good in Collins. But OOP would go here. No, no, EP, that's nothing. No, can't do that. Okay, let's see. We are spending way too much time on turns like this that are not actually that consequential. I actually think we should just go here, 10. I feel like we missed something way better, but I'm just trying to rebalance at this point. And we're burning too much time again. And yeah, Luca giving me an oboe in the chat there. An expression of surprise. This is another one of those where I really feel like we're missing something. The G is a good spot to look at here, not just for the ing, but also, you know, potential GH business. Thionate, if we have an O, we don't have an O that's open though. Otherwise, thionate would have been fine. We just need to get rid of some of this stuff. I'm kind of thinking ETH over here. It does dump the E, but we're still getting points out of it. But I'm just going to look just a slight bit longer because I really think that we might be missing something on a G. And maybe there's a better play there that doesn't kill the E. I think we'll just have to take it. Niftier. Niftier will fit in this spot over here. I don't necessarily expect it to remain open unless my opponent just goes straight for that. If they go straight for that, then we get niftier on the other spot. And in the meantime, we should look at whether there's anything else that we are not seeing in terms of the possible spots. Nathite. Wow. Yeah, I would not have thought about the GN start on that. It's one of those where, like, if you know the alphagram, then you see it. But you have to have sort of 100% drilled the alphagram. And I've kind of done it before where, you know, I've taken a look at the lists of ing words that do not end in ing. But I wouldn't have gone that far down in probability, I don't think. It's not that far down. It's just a double T, maybe setting it back on a list. So, yeah, okay, Luca. So alphagram is just a kind of term of art among Scrabble people. It is when you do the thing that we are doing with the rack down here, where it's auto-sorting in alphabetical order. The reason that people do that is because when they study off of flashcards, then when they spot something familiar in alphabetical order, then they immediately map it to what the solution is. And that's how the really fast anagrammers do it. The fastest players are not actually solving the anagram on the spot. What they're doing is they're remembering a mental image of having flashcarded the alphabetical rack. And so what we mean by alphagrams is when we're talking about the alphabetical sorting of the anagram. Oh, and it kills the spot. Okay, that's too bad. Probably did correctly see the threat there then. And of course, we didn't actually take the time to think about whether there's another spot for niftier. But if we're missing that, we should definitely just, you know, play off somewhere. 15 is not too bad here. We should actually maybe try to get something down to the H, but we don't really have that. Like I was trying to maybe do something down there that would take that spot out with the F. I think we should actually just take the spawn on Fizz, because then we still have a massive bingo rack that has some potential here, unless we find something that's a niftier, which we didn't take the time to do. And of course, now we have this stuff here. Nitrite, we don't have enough E's for it. So now we have to deal with this massive T problem. And you're saying that I actually had something, RIP bingo. Or unless you're saying that because I lost a spot for niftier, which I did. We have to just probably take DITHE. It dumps the E, but keeping RNT is maybe not terrible if we still have some probability of drawing vowels. Draw vowels? Yes, good. This is another one of those really annoying ones, I think, where you think you have something. We should probably be looking for 8s. We have to look for 8s because these are the only spots. So currently, in terms of lanes, we're looking at this quadrant, we're looking at here, but we're unlikely to double with the R and a T. If you're more ornate than something, could you be ornater? I don't remember. Ornater, ornatist. It's not going to go down, so it's... Oh, hang on. No, we don't have it. Au contraire. This is not how you spell contraire. So close to things in there, too. We should not forget that C actually is a lane, because C is a good starting tile for bingos. We are also way down on time. We've been saying that so much today, and it remains true. But yeah, a lot of this stuff is closed off. Maybe we just go like ORT somewhere, or I don't know. Or maybe just go rot like that and try to open up. I feel like we've been missing things like crazy. This also looks so familiar. Look at how locked up we are in the top half. If we have a T as a starting tile, we have tavernas, but we're not going to get that, I don't think. All the T's have already been played off, so we will definitely not get that. I'm trying to see if there's maybe something here. I don't think so. Fishing off one tile, that's interesting. That means that we should just continue closing. But I don't actually know if we have a good way to do it. If we maybe just go nav over here. This says open up a lane, though, with S and E and so on. So that'll likely hit, and maybe it'll hit in a way that obstructs me further, and maybe that's not good. But I don't see many good options for just trying to, you know, close off. Like A would leave a lane on the right side. RAV, I think is good. Is that good? Maybe. Yeah, this is Arsenal. Circusy. It's a double blank bingo. I better check it. It's good. Arsenal through the S, hitting either double. This leaves too much of an A spot down below. The other spot leaves to kind of triple spot, though. I think what's worse? We want to actually leave the lane open on right side. That actually still leaves the massive X bomb spot. Actually, like neither of them are good, but at least this one doesn't have the potential landing with the X there going both ways, and it leaves the right side of the board open. We're going to get hit by the X bomb. Just look at this: 22 tiles left in the bag. It's going to hit, and we're going to be punished. Bea. Did I miss Canvasser with one S? Yeah, I don't know if I would have been that confident in that Canvasser with one S. But, well, whatever. Let's not make excuses for that. That's a straight up miss. We should probably just obstruct here a little bit before the X-bomb goes down. And I don't like keeping the V here, but I don't really see that we have much of a choice. I probably should have seen that there were that many eyes left in the pool. I didn't take a careful look at this. You're saying there's an interesting one with T. I saw Tavernas, so maybe there was something. Oh, like a Versant or something, maybe? A Versant? Is that good? I don't know. And good, we avoided the X-bomb. The X-bomb was absolutely going to go down. We need just Divvy, I think. There are two S's available. It does open up the X spot, but I really don't see an alternative. We have to do it. But unfortunately, the whole board is being exhausted here now. Sheeny. I feel like Sheeny was one of the ones that was removed for being offensive, right? But I don't remember because the problem is that the two lexica, like the North American and international lexica, removed different words for being apparently offensive. And I know Sheeny was taken out of at least one of them, and I don't remember which. And to make matters worse, I actually do play WoW 24 a lot when I'm playing with North Americans, and so we are in a particularly confusing situation. We will obviously just go for the H play here. We have lost this game at this point, but unless there's something off the K on the left. There's one tile left in the bag. We obviously just need to see if we actually even have something here. I don't know that we do. Because, what is it? We have, first of all, less than 3 minutes left. We don't even have anything here, do we? We need the HE start. HE, no, we don't have it. So we can't even take this, right? Like, however, Sunland, maybe we can do something down here. I don't know. Or we can try to open up, but we have no way to open up one spot. Like, this is, unless we have a very specific fish down to the K, I think we're dead. Do we have something here? ISM. No. We should just think about out and two somehow. We just don't have anything. If we draw a D or R, so actually D, R, and L all give you something here. The problem is that the other player is very likely to take this. So maybe we should leave it open, but we should play off other stuff to maybe keep the H and E, I alive. Maybe take off an E somewhere. We don't really have a good spot for any of this stuff. I'm trying to remember if that takes an S. Do it. And then, oh, and we draw an S instead. Okay. I was actually hoping to draw either D, well, not D anymore because we played off two E's, but if we drew LRR, then we would have either Heil or Air in this spot here. No, we didn't get that, so the jig is up. And yeah, that's just going to go down instead and take that spot. That should be the out, right? Unless we see a better one. Or am I thinking geez? He's. I might be thinking geez. Yeah, no, I'm thinking of geez, I think. There's something where it's like the ES ending. No, so that's not it. HIRES. Hires. 37. That's pretty good, actually. Considering I didn't plan around the out and two properly. It's still a loss, but, you know. Zigzy, I actually have played Zarevna before in a game. I think I played Zaritza once and I accidentally mixed up the position of the Z and the S. And my opponent didn't challenge. Anyway, so we're at 4 and 7 now. We must be pretty much at the bottom of the bracket going into the final round. But we will get into the game. We might even be playing the same person for all I know. Actually, no. We're going to play Lacrim over here. Okay, so we have Heroine right off the bat. We probably have some other things too. The Heroine is the first one I'm seeing. I don't know that we actually have much other than that. Luckily, Heroine is a pretty good candidate to fit. Like, it should fit flexibly, unlike the Codeine play that was on a very similar rack in an earlier game. Luca, are you asking about a challenge button? That's if you think that your opponent played a word that is not a word in the dictionary. So we're playing with 5-point challenge, which means that if I challenge my opponent's word and I'm wrong in that they actually played something that was valid, then they get a bonus 5 points for my challenging. There's also a rule set called double challenge, which is how the North American dictionary is usually played, which is that it's the kind of classic box rule of Scrabble where you lose your turn if you wrongfully challenge. Hey, look, we're so close to that kind of really spammy Nintendo spoiler channel, like Prosafia Gaming, if you know that. Where, like, they're kind of notorious for the thumbnails that spoil games when they've hardly come out. And for those who spend way too much time on Nintendo YouTube, you know what I'm talking about. Everybody winds up blocking them eventually. And Zexes, if I've pronounced that correctly. Could I play Heroine to avoid S-hooks? Why would I? I want to get the bonus 50. S-hooks are going to happen, right? We're not going to sacrifice 50 points on the bingo to do that. So for those who don't know, when you play all 7 tiles in Scrabble, what in some countries they call a bingo and what in some other countries they call a bonus is applied, where you get a 50-point bonus for playing your whole rack. And usually that's the way you score when you have low point tiles, and especially when you have the blank. We should probably just, I don't know, that keeps so many vowels. I don't like it. If we have another play down here, no, we don't have anything that goes over that. If we have something that will go through, we should take it. Also, we have the S, so eventually we'll do that, but we don't want to do it this turn. Actually, this is way better. Something down here. FAA would have been good somewhere, but we don't have a good spot for it, I think. We'll just do this and hope we draw some consonants. I think by equity, that's still going to be best. Okay, great. We have Latinos, Italians. There's something else in there. There's something else in there. I just don't see it yet. But we'll think about that. If you have an A to play through, you have stuff like elations. E gives you elations and toenails. Rather memorable set there. I think there's something else in Latinos. I just don't remember what it is. And yeah, Zex's, I think there was another definition in like a previous edition when maybe it didn't take the same extensions, and maybe that's been more recently revised. What do we say we were doing here? We were trying to look at this and think whether we have like a better spot that would allow me to go through here. I feel like there's something else in Latinos that I just don't remember. Can't see. We do have elations. We still have, we still actually still have this spot here on heroines, so we'll just take it, I think. And then we're just going to create this corner here. When you create this corner, it's going to totally box up the game and make it really difficult for people to play in the bottom right for a couple of turns. Something could eventually go down here, obviously, but until then, when you kind of create this structure, you essentially disincentivize people from going down here because it's very difficult to make a scoring play that goes in that direction. And so we'll likely have a situation here where we just kind of jam ourselves up into the top left for a little while until somebody finally extends. And yeah, we don't currently have something that will really drop the Q there, but we can still continue to play in that location. Luca, how long have I been a Scrabbler? I first started looking at clubs and tournaments a long time ago, like, maybe 20 years ago. But there was a long period when I didn't play. I haven't been playing continuously since then. There was about a 9 or 10 year gap in there when I wasn't playing. And I got back into the game seriously around 2018, maybe. 2018 was when I started playing tournaments again, essentially. Okay, so we're not going to get anything. Yeah, like I was saying, we were waiting for a play coming in this direction to open up this area. There is potential for hooks off the I, but not with what we have apart from the D. So we will take this, and then we'll have to eat the Q for the time being, but I'd rather take the points. The Q is going to be a burden. In this spot, we're likely dumping one tile the next turn, because even though it's 11 points, it's likely to be the best play unless a major opportunity with the Q opens up. Like this one. For an additional couple of points. Now, this does kind of block the lane, so you play the Q over here. It doesn't completely obstruct, but it does make it less possible to play through there. So that's the risk. But I think we take the extra 10 points. We don't mess around. And then now we have loaders and reloads. I think there's something else in there too, but yeah, there's something else in this rack that we just don't remember. And of course, we should look at the different kinds of 8-letter racks that are possible here as well. So we already know about a spot that we can play. We can play loaders over here. But I'm currently seeing if we have something better. Now, this is a fairly defensive spot. This is not bad, apart from the X bomb potential on the A. No, the X is down already. So the A is actually not even as bad as usual because W or Y would be the major risks over there. If we can't find anything better, we'll just take that because it's actually a pretty defensive play. It closes off a fair bit. I'm looking at stuff like the M lane and these lanes here, but I think we'll just take loaders and not waste time. I really feel like there's another thing in there though. Loaders, reloads. No, maybe not. I'm thinking of, I think, loners. Let's just take loaders. We'll probably want to play off either G or Juve somewhere, depending what we can get. So, you know, G's kind of naturally plays itself. Juve, unfortunately, if we don't get to play off our Vs, we don't get a lot of room to move there. Mounted is a bingo there, but as you can see, that's one of the lowest scoring spots you can go for. I wonder if there's something else in there. Like it can't have like outnamed or something, right? I don't think so. Let's think about this because I would like to play off some things. Also, this is a bit of a spot that is a risk over here. But the S will not go there. And I might even just go like Juve over here just to kill that. Because there are places that will score more, but the balance of the remaining equity on Iraq is going to be a problem. So unless we find something better, I actually think we're just going to kill that spot without any kind of bonus. I'm just looking around carefully first before we commit to that. In case there's something good we're missing. But yeah, this is very much a kind of rebalancing play. Q is down already, so we want to dump U's as soon as possible because when the Q is already on the board, the U's just are bad already and they plummet in value even further. Or deals was the other 7. Okay, I knew there was something there. But it would not have really fit better anyway, right? So yeah, I don't think it would have fit. I just had this sense there was something else there, right? Where you just vaguely remember at the back of your head that there was a solution there once. I'm trying to look at this spot here. We don't want to open up the triple lane though, that's a thing. So we don't want to hit that spot unless we have a good way to really shut down, and we don't really have that. We might even just, yeah, that does open up the triple a little bit, but it's maybe not worse than what the spot already is there. We can also just try to hit like this with begs, probably. It's not very many points, but we're ahead by about 100, so we should be thinking defensively. And we should think about closing down the board. I don't think that's how you spell cosseted. That's how you spell the character from Les Miserables, Cosette. Right? If you're seeing castles and clouds and so on. But here we That's kind of interesting that the Y was dumped there. There's a Y spot here, obviously, but maybe my opponent's also reluctant to open with a blank unseen. Look at that, 5 Rs still to go in the bag. Luca, yes, there is Scrabble in other languages, and usually the tiles have different point values in other languages because the letters don't have the same usefulness across languages, right? Like in some other languages, certain letters are extremely rare. Also, at some point, we can take this. We might even take it now with eco, just to kill that spot. Unless I have a better play here. Yeah, we want to leave it closed. The big risk here is this spot currently, and I don't have a good way to deal with that without making things worse. Unless, of course, we go like, we would have to do something down here to end with an S. Like if you do VTS, that completely shuts it down. But that burns my S. So defensively, though, maybe we should be doing it. Because right now, the main thing that we can lose to is the top right spot. And eco is still available in the bottom left if we want it. We're just going to do it. Normally, we wouldn't burn the S for so few points when we can keep it for our own opportunities. But when you are ahead by this much, your main priority should be to defend. And so, yeah, so we are actually going to get that. Also, A will fit here if we have something like an AT ending like a coat, for instance. I don't really like keeping the W there, but we may just have to eat it. The work prefix or suffix is sometimes good. I don't think we'll... You can put in legwork, right? Like if we have a spot for legwork, then we'll put into legwork. We will very unlikely have a spot like that, though. There's nowhere in this board that naturally opens that up unless my opponent goes out of their way to give me that opening in an attempt to make a comeback themselves, which sometimes happen. Ziggsy, you were saying there's almost a 10 if it was legal to play on the board. So yeah. Unfortunately, you can't have egg works or something. So likely what we'll do is we will just lock down this side. Because again, the main thing that we can actually potentially lose to at this point, even though we're 130 ahead, would be something crazy here. And it does happen against sufficiently good players, right? Like you can never totally rule them out. So likely we will just do something small over there to kill that spot. I am, of course, looking around to see if there is some kind of massive spot out of nowhere for legwork. But no, we are going to try to exhaust the board, and we will try to maybe even just work this. It dangles the... we're going to be dangling tiles, whatever, but I'm trying to come up with plays that don't... have so many issues with the tiles that we're keeping. Because the tiles that we're keeping are pretty bad across the board. Nah. Because that still has some spots there. I'm thinking either Bork or Brow. Bork has the benefit of making it more difficult to play off the Y. It does give away more points off the K. Keeping G and W, though, is just terrible. But the W has some potential over here. We should actually look at this spot here. But it doesn't quite block the way that I want. So, for example, if you go like this, then it makes it very difficult for the G to continue. So the reason we would spend the E there is because we're specifically trying to block off the G from being a good starting point, but it could still have like a GI start. And so that doesn't really kill it. But that's an incentive to keep the W, though, because if we draw into an A there, or even an I there, we still have a good scoring spot for the W. So yeah, because the idea at this point is just to minimize risk. We did have a game earlier today where I blew a 120-point lead, and the thing is, we knew that risk going in because we were halfway through the bag and we saw 2 blanks and so on still available. And after a little while, you get a sense of when your position is not actually well defended. Yeah, Zexes. To clarify that, look at Will Anderson on YouTube. Will Anderson is one of the top players in the world and is the kind of preeminent Scrabble content creator on the YouTube end. And he had a very good video recently about when Nigel Richards, who is the dominant player of our time and has won, many, many championships in English. A few years ago, he won in French, and last year he won in Spanish. And Will made this excellent video about what a difficult task it actually was for him to win in Spanish, and just what a crazy achievement that was. I highly, highly recommend that video, in fact. Okay, we don't really have anything good off of the K right now. And of course, the spot we thought about for the W has been taken, but that's okay because 6 tiles in a bag. I don't know if we want to burn the blank necessarily. Probably not. But we probably want to play something around here. I don't remember if Jip is actually still good in this dictionary. Like I said, the 2 different dictionaries took out different things for being apparently offensive, and I don't remember which one is which. We might just have to risk it. This one has, I think, world. Nothing's going down at this point. We're not actually going to get a bingo. It's more, if my opponent opens a lane, then we'll try to be in a good position to take advantage. So we'll likely just take this, and 1 tile left in the bag. We're not going to bingo out of it, but that's okay. We will, at this point, just try to play for a strong finish. And hopefully we can just dump all of these on the last turn. If we have something that ends with E or A here, for instance, we will be able to do that. I don't actually think we have that. Y also goes next to the F, so we could potentially do that. Okay, so that's fine. We will then just make an outplay and take the win. I am, of course, trying to find a good way to do this. Something ED. Problem with that. Yeah. I don't think we can actually do it. Too bad. So we will just, go adhere or something. Adherer? No. Oh, let's actually just play. Hang on. We have only a few seconds to look at this. I'm sure I haven't play. We just are maybe not looking at this properly right now. We definitely have something to go out here. I just can't see it right here. Probably adherer or something. A chart or something. Yeah, let's just take it and go. There's almost certainly something better there, but I'm not finding it in 15 seconds, right? So we're going to take the win. And yeah, that'll be our final record today that we finished on 5 and 7. I think we're definitely kind of bottom half of the group, but it's a tough group that we had. I had 2 playable 9s this game. Yeah, we'll look over it quickly. I won't have time to stay and really go over every game, but let me just step through it quickly and we'll find out. And then we'll look at the standings afterwards to see where we fell in. I'm also just going to take a moment to just go back to chat and thank everybody for the tournament today. And let me just get back here. So, where's my game chat? Yeah, I don't think anything was invalid this turn. Let's just go into the analyzer and see what we can find. I had 2 playable 9s this game. Let's just find out what it is. I'm not going to step through it too carefully. Heroin was the best play. XU. We actually found the best equity play with Fab. Circuli. Look at that. Not a bingo, but what even is this? Circulus. There's a Circulus born every minute. Tensional. Okay, so that was one of the playable 9s. We would not have dangled it in that spot, though. No way. This is the safe place. And we did see Elations. We didn't think about Tonsler, but I would not have dangled it there. Lunations. Another 9 that we would not have considered. So, yeah. And let's see. Wade was not terrible, I guess. Yeah, I guess Q goes better with the A. And QI was obviously to play. Out Venom, look at that. So my opponent gave me a bit of a reprieve there by not taking 92 points off of that. Solidaire. Oh, from Shakespeare, okay. We should actually know that, given the stream. Desolator being the other 9 that we did not see. I like Loaders. Loaders was defensive. Mounted, yeah, so outnamed is good. I did see an outnamed as soon as a mounted went down. Possibly my opponent wasn't sure or was just feeling pressed by the clock, or maybe just didn't want to reopen the right side, although they were way behind. So from this position, I think outnamed actually is the clear play positionally as well. And then, yeah, we took Juve. I missed Jura here, but I really didn't want to keep the V in this very close position. So I think my position probably simulates well. Whoops, let's keep going. Yeah, Begs. There was not a spot for Beg here, but no, I would not have taken that because it dangles the S. So, ooh, my opponent got consonant stuffed. Eft was good, apparently. Oh, I forgot about Ezine. I know Ezine, I just never thought about it after Zine went down. I never for a moment considered it. And I was closing up to the point with vets, and I feel like strategically that's a good choice from that far ahead. Was Coat actually not that good? It's within a few points of equity. Woe is apparently so much better. But no, again, it dangles the right side. So if you run it through simulation, you would notice that that's actually not as good a play. The initial value might suggest. My opponent actually just had really bad tiles, like consonant stuffed and then I stuffed. We would not have dangled that because of the 3 A's in a bag for Awoken. And so is Bork kind of reasonable? Yeah, I guess. And yeah, Joseph, welcome as well. I do have the last S at that point we were talking about earlier. That's true. And yeah, Jip is playable here. Jip is by far best. And then, yeah, my opponent actually drew really poorly. I forgot about the A on a fire, actually, or we would have taken care of that much earlier. This was a risk the whole time I did not see coming. I would have been caught off guard if we actually had an A bingo there. No wonder my opponent left it open the whole time and kept A's, because they were probably thinking about the A lane, and I never thought about dealing with it. So that was kind of a blind spot for me. Wow. Look at this. Speaking of nines that we missed. Greyhound, which is probably Scottish or something for a greyhound. Look at this. Spectacular nine. We would never have seen it. Not a chance. So headships. Ooh, look at that. That doesn't even go out, but it's best by iterating over what we have here. And here is slightly better than what we played. 2 points better than what we played on balance. But yeah, we had lots of outs. Actually, the chart doesn't do that much worse. It's 20 points rather than 24 out. But headships. I was looking at head the whole time there too, right? Like I was looking at head, but I never thought about connecting the S. I never even looked at that as a possibility. So this game is full of possibilities at all times. Anyway, we will not have time to step through all of the games. Maybe I'll look at the analysis and see if there's anything really worth bringing up. Yeah, some games, well, it's the usual for a Scrabble tournament. You have some extremes of RNG. You have some games that are also really strategically close, and some that were absolutely decided by blunders on my end. So we ended up 4th out of 6 in the field, which against the strength of this field is respectable. The Scrabble man, who's the organizer, ran away with it. Completely ran away with it. Yeah, never in my life would I have seen Greyhound. Collins 9, that sounds very, very Scottish. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me. I'm glad that we had some interest here in the Scrabble broadcast today. It's a really kind of offbeat time to be streaming at all. But we made it happen. And yeah, so this group runs a shorter 6-game session usually every weekend. That's a very late start for me, though, so I don't tend to do it, especially because it overlaps with my usual Mario Maker schedule. But they try to do this more or less monthly. They were kind of off for the last few months, so this was the first one they ran since March. But whenever they run this, I'm going to try to catch this particular event because this is a good, strong group to play with, and we get a good, rapid chunk of games against good opponents across the board. And while I definitely feel a bit disadvantaged in word knowledge, I feel like we've definitely spotted many blunders from opponents as well. And we obviously have a lot of work to do when it comes to time trouble, but that happens. So I really enjoyed doing this today. I'm glad we had so much company on the stream as well from people who are of completely different levels of experience with this game and familiarity. And we will pass you folks on to something else. So, as usual, the VODs are going to go up within the next day or so on YouTube. I will look over the games on a separate session, probably offline, unless we see something really interesting come up. But a lot of these games were worth analyzing, I think, because they did turn out close. So maybe we'll do a bonus session at some point just to step through them properly. But I don't know if we'll necessarily have time. And of course, even though Scrabble isn't too regular a feature here anymore, we're trying to bring it back a bit more. And plans, as always, are on the Discord. And this week we'll be returning to some more turn-based strategy since we have been making our way through the Donkey Kong Adventure in Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, which is a tactics game. And we will, of course, have lots of Mario Maker to come back on a regular schedule next week as well. So, thank you everybody for joining me. I'm glad we had the opportunity to show this off, even with all the huge mistakes I was making. And we will pass you on somewhere else very shortly. So, we'll scan around for that, but until then, thanks so much for joining me. Have fun with everything you are playing or making, and as always, fare thee well.